Hello. 1, 2, 3. Check in. Done. One, two. All good? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, I really want to start off with, of course, the delays, but we're finally here to one of the most important moments, of course, because I think this is something that everybody has been waiting for. Because after all, I mean, the name, the tournament, everything, you already know about it. If you're at the venue, you're already aware of what's going on. And if you're watching it from the online, I'll tell you about it, of course, in a second. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I did write a poetic entry, but tonight, of course, we're running short on a little bit of a time. Time is something that we do not have always, but I think time is something that can help these teams gain something that they have wanted for the longest period. So, with it, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, the venue of Mythic Showdown Season 2. And we're going to be kicking things off right now, immediately. And this is where the tournament of the biggest event all across India will start right now. So of course I had a lot of plans, okay? I wanted to do a lot of things, but hey, it's already evening, it's already past 5, it's gonna be 6. So I'm just gonna call out the teams because I think everybody just wants to see them. Because I think who doesn't want to see them at the venue of Rukmini Nagar Auditorium, Guwahati itself. These players have flown all over India to the place. And of course, right now, we're going to be seeing them in a few seconds because right now, I want to invite the first team that is going to be showing up on the stage. And they're going to be coming in right now. And it's none other than, of course, the team on the top one of the leaderboards. It is IQSATUL Esports coming in right now. Please come into the stage and please raise up some voices. And of course, a few applauses would you definitely appreciate it. Are they coming in right now? Yes. Please do come in. IQSATUL Esports. We can wait. Right now we have time, right? We've already waited for quite a while. Right now, okay, I see them coming in. Are they coming in right now? I saw a glimpse of something. You know, I don't have to look behind to see, but hey, there we go. It is Team SATUL Esports coming into the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm applause. They've flown all the way from Mumbai back to Guwahati. They have gotten one cup and they want another. And of course, right now, they're at the stage. You can see all of their members. And oh my God, what is that jersey? I've seen it in pictures, but seeing it in real life, I think I'm missing out not coming on the venue. So tickets are still online. I'm going to advertise it. Okay, wardrumgames.com. If you're not here, you're missing out. The jerseys just look amazing. And it is surreal to see a team come back as IQSATUL Esports. And of course, right now, I would have loved to interview, but we have to introduce their competition. Of course, the team that has qualified for LAN events multiple times. They have come with a different name this time, but you already know them with another one. But once you see the faces, you will know who they are. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause to Team Higboson Esports. Please come into the stage and show your competition to IQSATUL. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands for Team Higboson Esports, the team that has qualified for the LAN events the most, showing that they are always in the top 4. It's a pleasure to see them. Please Come on, where's the applauses? I hear the applauses, but I can't hear the screams. I want you to guys to scream, of course, because I'm going to be using my throat. So if you're not using yours, it's unfair, right? So of course, right now you can see the members of Boston Esports on this side and IQSA Dual Esports on this side. You know, you guys want this spicy interview, but hey, you know, this is going on to YouTube. I'm not going to give it to you for free. That interview will come only after the game. So, of course, right now we're going to be kicking things off of the match. So, why not you guys, of course, shake your hands and go to the respective desk. And, of course, best of luck. Go ahead and shake your hands. Come on, raise your hands. They're showing friendship right now, but you will see the rivalry in a few seconds. I really know that you guys want to hear mainly from who? Apex, Radium. But hey, wait, once again, we have Jay in the house. I think many of you do not consider that. Cameraman, can we have the camera on Jay, please? Jay, where is Jay sitting? Okay, this one. Apex, can you point the finger on him? Cameraman, please focus on him. Yeah, guys, Jay in the flesh. Something that you did not see last time. I will not mention where, but of course you did not see him. Actually, you saw him. He will go M7 for sure. Already, his tickets are booked. But with it, the players are right now already at the place. And of course, the match will begin shortly, so make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be kicking into the drafting phase in a few seconds. So just get ready for the action. We're going to be going straight into the draft phase. Thank you. And of course, stay tuned right now. The action will only start now.
Hello. 1 2 3. Hello. 1 2 3. Test test. Hello. 1 2 3. Hello. Test test. Hello. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 5. Just testing.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic test.
are the two heroes that they don't usually want. But the Lapu Lapu ban coming through for them, is it necessary though? They could have first pick it, right?
They definitely can, and Anti has been very experiential on that hero, and he plays it so well. But oh, they are going to be the ones to just ban it out away. And Higgs Boson, meanwhile, is going to respond to that with the Jushin ban. That is also very valid since Asuna plays that onto the mid lane pretty well, and Shenzu, who likes to prioritize onto the Yves and the Kimi, would be facing serious issues if the Jushin was left open. The mid control would be completely into the hands of IQ SA2L. Grok has been taken out by Higgs Boson as well, and the first pick instantly comes in from the side of IQ. That is going to be the Yves. Up next for Higgs Boson, though, they could still go in for the Yi Sun Shin. That is a very comfort pick for Julius right there, as well as Madara can go in for the Khalid, but instead they are going to lock in on the CC and possibly onto the EXP lane. It might just be something like the Phoveus or the Uranus, don't you think?
There's also a possibility that Madara is very comfortable onto the Gatot. So, the Gatot can come through here because that is a basic combination, the Gatot and the CC. And of course, we already know that the CC would be put highly likely into the hands of Crisis. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be the comfort hero for both of these laners right here. But for one thing that I'm sure about SHUL is that they are very, very comfortable onto these Yves. And of course, you're gonna have to take the year for yourself if you wanna have a win. But then the Gatot will be trying to neutralize this already. So now for SHUL, what do they wanna prioritize? Because we know that they are so good onto the Martis, man.
Definitely, Anti-Smart is a big, big threat to every single team out there, and it might just be the pick for this game as well if they want to go in for it. But no, they decide to lock in onto the Uranus. Honestly, that works out because into the EXP lane, the CC, yes, we know she is a walking demon hunter sword, but the Uranus has a far higher sustain that you would expect. Apex, meanwhile, locks in onto the Khalid instantaneously. He does have the taunt coming in from, Corey for now, and we would have to see what Madara decides to pick up, and maybe they're going to swap out the Gatot for the Roam and pick up a different EXP. Maybe the Arlot, while Crisis goes in for the CC gold lane. But hey, there we go. We talked about the Yesanshin earlier on, and that is exactly what we get this time.
I like the way that Hitbushon are trying to prioritize onto the jungle for Godspeed as early on, because like we already know that he's really very, very comfortable onto the Lancelot and stuff, but then he kind of gets choked out when he's put to have his pick onto the second phases. So you wanna get that hero for him into the first phase, and I don't see any problem with the Yi Shun Shin because they already got the Gato, right? So that can be a very, very great combination for themselves too. But now that I think about it, SHUL, they have a flex pick. I would like the Khalid into the hands of Apex, of course, but then again, the Uranus, Radium is more of a Uranus player than Anti, because Anti is a carry, right? You know that he's a carry, and he loves having the carry heroes onto his hands. So possibly he can get this into the hands of the gold laner for Radium, and then give Anti something of a carry, right?
That is exactly what they might be planning as well. Radiant does still have the Eggspog open to be picked up against the Gatot as well as the CC. That works out pretty well onto the goal lane. While Higgs Boson here, they have taken out and but as we speak, they've taken out Antius Martis as well as the Exborg, now taken away from IQ SA2L. They would need to take out on the Angela too. Yes, that is exactly what they do. And Shenzu here now might just be forced to pick up onto the Farsa or the Kimi against that Yi, both of which are risky but still work quite well against the Yi. IQ SA2L, meanwhile, they need their gold laner or maybe a Flexi XP, and Jay needs to decide onto his jungle. Is he going to go in for the Amon utility once more? Does he lock in onto the Hayabusa, which is still open in this draft and works well against the Yesunshin CC and Lunox draft like this? What do you think?
I was expecting a Lunox to come through into the hands of Senju, but then the last time we see Senju onto the Lunox, he was 0-6. That is something that you don't want to see this time around, especially against SHUL. But then it is a very solid pick here. Honestly speaking, if you compare a Yiv and a Lunox into the mid side, the Yiv would definitely have a winning lane. So that is also a winning lane already for SHUL into the mid side though. So for Higboshan, I think they need to have a very, very good early game hero into their XP side that can have a good rotation. But look at that, SHUL. They always go for the M1. This is gonna be a tank M1 by the way, and then the Granzer for that extra damage. The Yiv Granzer combination, Sarah. This is definitely gonna be deadly for SHUL.
Like the Granger, he's gonna get the RWM, he's going to get the Raging Sandstorm as well as the slowdown coming in from Anti-NJ. So he is going to have a much better time during the team fights. But the draft coming in from Higgs Boson, it is heavily focused on those pickups. Because look at that, there's the Gadolkaja for the initial taunt, then Shenzhou can go in with the Chaos Assault, and Crisis goes in for the curtain call instantaneously. Corey can lock them down with a Petrify, and of course Godspeed is there with the Mountain Shocker, and they would be going in for that instant pick off with the burst damage output that they have. So IQSATL, they need to play it out very safe in the initial phases of the game, at least until either Asuna or the Granger get their power spike, or at least get a few stacks onto their Sky Piercer before breaking out into a team fight.
Definitely well said. This is why you usually want to see a good early game hero onto the XP side, because especially against SHUL, you want to have a greater time into the XP side and try to not give out any kind of objective, because the macro combination coming through from this team in particular, they are so good in neutralizing your opponent's side. And I think Hitboson, they do have that combination where they can come through into that bit of a later part of the game, but until the early stages I think they already have a losing mid lane, so they might not want to go for those contests. They should almost focused onto all the farms that Godspeed can come through with, because I feel like he's gonna be the main damage dealer. For Senju though, he's gonna be needing a little bit more of a time, at least for the Holy Crystals to come through for him into his hands that can make him online. But then Apex, man, onto the Khalid, that is gonna be neutralizing every early game rotation that can come through from Higboshan.
And honestly speaking, both teams have very amazing drafts at the moment. However, it's all going to come down to the mid-game power spike team fight, and the single team which makes a mistake there will be the one facing the higher issues up until the late game. And what they really need to do is take down the main damage dealers, which is going to be the Lunox for the side of Higgs Boson and the Granger for the side of IQSA2L. And if that works out and they manage to do that, the other team will easily win out on the team fight. The only thing which we are concerned about here is, though, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mythic Showdown Season 2. This is the upper bracket qualifier, the first match of the night. IQSA2L versus Higgs Boson Esports. IQSA2L onto the red side and Higgs Boson onto the blue, and we will be seeing the match right in front of our eyes. Both teams going in for the standard rotations, and they will be starting off onto their respective buffs. Yesunshin, as always, starting off into that triangular rotation from the red itself. Jay has finished taking up his blue and will be moving towards his red.
That's a standout rotation that you usually want to go for, but as predicted, it's going to be a little bit late for the Lunox to have a greater time into the mid lane, because the clearance coming through from Yiv is definitely going to be having that early game lead for them right now for SHUL. But then again, they are going to be closing out just a little bit. But there's also one fact that I would like to mention is that the Yuzong against the Uranus, of course, you want to have a good lane when you have a Yuzong onto the other side. So I think for SHUL, their focuses might be onto the XP side more, or rather than the gold lane side, because I think the gold lane, they can be, put in a position where they want Radium to have those stacks peacefully without any hindrance. And now I think that's exactly what Apex is trying to do though.
He is going in for the little bit of that early scout onto the EXP side. But oh, look at Jay though, onto the mid lane already. Oh, the Cosmic Shards are going to come in. He's going to secure the first blood. He's still trying to look for a little bit more with the help of Apex, scouting down Godspeed, forcing him to stay away from the range of that team fight. They wouldn't want to engage immediately after. They will still wait for Jay's ultimate to be online once again.
Turtle already spawned 1 kill under 2 minutes of the game. A good goal lead into the hands of HSHOL right now. And now they will be able to get there on time. But look at that goal speed though.
Oh, he's gonna get caught, and Asta will WM secures the kill as Jeho is gonna secure the red tree. Again, Shenzu caught out in the ultimate, but will be able to escape. But Corey, meanwhile, is going to find a kill onto Apex. Anti still looking to find the kill onto Corey. Will be able to secure it quite easily. Jay is here for the backup, and Asuna will be the one to secure it for himself.
Perfect goal lead, a perfect transition out to that time. But Corey did a great job in trying to get a trade out. But I still think it's all in favor of the side of SHUL now. They're going to be having a goal lead of 1,700, and that is definitely going to be what they're going to be starting good with. And now they're going to be rotating just a little bit, because look at this. Radium, he's going to be having a good double lane, which means another stacks onto his Capriccio too. And looking at the emblem so far, I think Wilderness Blessing for Apex is what made him a little bit, faster in his rotation. And then it's main top lane.
Top side already getting taken down. Corey Cutie, that is not the play you would like to look for, but he is going to fall. Radium here is going to be marked down by 4 against the flicker, but no, he's not gonna survive the taunt and the mountain shocker at the same time. He falls. A complete mirror rotation coming in from Higgs Boson as they take down Granger into the goal lane.
That is a good capitalization of a rotations coming through from the side of SHUL. They want to kill onto Radium. They want to stop out his free stacks that can come through. Sanju doing a great job in trying to go for the dive, but I think they did spend off a lot of resources on trying to get just Radium. But then again, there hasn't been any kind of compensation that can come through with his death. But hey, onto the mid side though.
We can see a little bit of the pokes coming in by either of the teams. Apex gets taunted under the turret though. But the turret damage takes him down. Shenzu is the one with using the Chaos Assault and the Brilliance at the same time. But is he gonna make it out alive? Yes, he does. But Jay, the off-cam kill onto Corey Cutie, immediately secured as a revenge for his mate Apex. And now the turtle should be an easy secure, since Corey won't be there for the zone out onto Jay.
Absolutely true. You need the dragon to be there when you want to secure the objective. But Jeho, that was a good pick off, a good trade out as well. But then the dragon was much more important for high Bushan to go for, and this is definitely what they wanted to do. And now Godspeed, this is going to be the better fight.
And they get it! They mark down Apex once more. He is falling. He's going in for the engage, but he needs to avoid being taken down. But that is unavoidable when you have so many stuns being thrown in your face, and that is exactly what Higgs Boson is doing here.
Sky Pacer already built out by Radium right now, and if he got the stacks perfectly on point, that's definitely going to be in favor for the side of SHUL. And now I think they're still in a very good KDA composition here, because so far NT has been doing a really great job, but Madara might be missing out something.
He's getting poked down a little too hard. The AOG doesn't connect. He's getting taken down by Radium, but the RW is going to target down Apex. Radium flickers in, secures that double. Shenzu though finds Apex, but Jeho with the killing spree onto Shenzu immediately after.
One stacks right after another, but Crisis will be taken down by Jeho, and that is going to be another kill onto his hands right now. But mid turret gone. SHUL, they are able to find the objective perfectly on point as well, but now Godspeed will be in trouble though. I think it's going to be okay, but the buff definitely not going to be free for the taken. There might be a little bit of an invade here and there, but still 10-5 is the score, Sarah, and I think these might be it. Look at that.
Yep, they're going in. Godspeed uses up the mountain shocker, but they will be backing off at the same time. Meanwhile, Radium manages to secure the turret onto the bot side, and here Higgs Boson is getting heavily pressured into their own jungle area itself, because Apex, he is omnipresent at the moment. He's there, he knows where the players are, and that is providing way too much space for his team to farm up and get the kills and the neutral objectives like this turtle, which is necessary. So that's a 3 turtle lead being taken taken away by IQ SA2L Esports right here under the 7-minute mark, and the Lord will be their next target as they move in towards the bottom lane.
One problem I can see from Hikbushan is that they have they are two level downs onto the XP side for Corey Cutie. If you compare it to NT as well onto the Uranus, this is what you don't want to do on a dragon, right? Because on a dragon you want to have a goal lead, you want to have the XP lead so that you'll be able to have a good sustain and try to be the one who is there to start all of those objectives. And now that he is so behind, they cannot go for those objective fights. But then again, there's also one factor that they have onto the mid lane side, which is Senju. He is good onto the kills. Meanwhile, onto the top lane, there might be something though.
Yep, there is, and Jeho is going to fall. He gets petrified, and Godspeed will be the one taking him down this time around, getting at least one kill into their hands and reducing the goal difference a bit. But there we go. Black Dragon comes in and will be caught out in the middle of 3. The taunt comes in onto him, but he's going to make it out alive. The AOG, but he misses. Arsenal flickers out of that situation. Christ is still trying to look for something, but the RWM and the Raging Sandstorm at the same time, they are trying to look for more. Killing spree coming in from Radium right then and there. Shenzo onto the back line for the chaos assault, but now he will be the one carrying the killing spree. And Radium with the double kill onto Mother right away. SHUL with the triple. They are killing it as they completely turn that team fight around.
Radium, we have one god in the jungle, but that's gonna be Corey Cutie. Another stacked on the Sky Piercer. Radium will be wiping out Hikbushan with just one flicker of a team fight, and now the Lord is gonna be up here. Every set is better for SA2L, and NT trying to be the nuisance. He is onto the Uranus though.
Oh, they find more, and the endless shots go in. It isn't enough to secure the kill, but the brilliance has been baited out from Shenzhou. And now, SA2L, that's a free pass to take down the Lord. 6,000 gold lead into their favor, and they are simply stacking it up, waiting it out a little bit for that advanced Lord, and they will be poking it down, baiting the members of Xbox to come out of their comfort zone, to come out of their river area and fight them, so SA2L can just keep increasing their lead. The Lord getting chunked down, and it will be secured by Radium right there.
He's definitely already online, but right now Crisis might be having a crisis of himself, but it's okay. But we can see the item builds coming through. A lot already. Oh!
No, Corey! You do not do that, but Shenzhou will be the next to fall. Radium still trying to go away. He survives that! Double kill for him, dodges everything and makes it out alive. Anti onto the top side, just tanking everything, having the fun of his life. Team IQ SA2L dominating game number 1 in the Mythic Showdown LAN first game, and they are here to show why they want to be here. They are showing their presence. The Lord is going to march down the top lane. The Lord very strong and healthy, the turret, and the RWM on to 4. Apex will be backing up real quick, but that is enough to zone out the members of Xboson.
Definitely now we can see the Lord will be able to be cleared out by Hikbushan. But still, now they are in a position very, very awkward to say the least, especially for a Yi Shinshin. Godspeed is not having the time of his life in the farm that he's requiring. And now just 12 into the level, that's something you don't want to see a Yi Shinshin come through with. Because when you have a Yi Shinshin, you might want to have a very, very good goal lead. And into the builds also, there hasn't been something that is very strong onto their side. Just 2 builds for the hands of him, and as well as Senju too. He's the main damage dealer right now. But then again, he wasn't able to do anything at this point because look at this. Radium, he already is almost full build onto this hero and a good stacks onto the Sky Pizza as well as the Capriccio too. And now he have the anti-heal as well. So there is no way they will be able to stop him. Look at that.
Oh, but top side though, Corey Cutie gets the Petrify onto 2. Radium took us out of the situation. Is he gonna make it out? He's getting marked down by 3 people. He needs to walk away, but the vengeance, the low score, it's there. Asuna with a mega kill onto Shenzhou, but Radium still walks away. That is going to be the legendary Automata RWM and the endless shots, enough to finish Corey Cutie. 3 members taken down. Debbie, finish it off.
Definitely gonna be it, and look at that, the snipes coming through, the bullets are set, and that's gonna be Godspeed taken down very low. This is gonna be very open one, look at that!
The base falls down. IQSAQL take away game number 1. That is a complete one-sided victory for them.
Nothing much of an opening coming through for the side of Higbush. They have been dominated through and through by the picks coming through from SHUL, and now we can see they are able to end this very, very well. Every rotation, every lane was getting a good beating, and of course one kill onto Radium could have been a big capitalization, but then the compensation coming through from the side of SHUL, they are making it so worth it. There's no way that Crisis was able to come up to that also, and I think him onto the fighter as well, I think he wasn't able to do anything. The main damage dealer was to be Senju and of course Godspeed too, but then Godspeed, he was neutered very, very well. And of course Senju has a good time, right? 4 was the score into the early game, but then he died, and after that he wasn't able to do anything at that point.
That is exactly what. That giving away that little bit of that early lead to Amon onto the mid side, that first blood right under the mid turret. I think that's what gave IQ SATUL such a big lead, because more the kills you get into the early game for a Amon or a Yves or a
Him, that was the only death that he suffered. And there's also a big thing that that came through from Asuna though. He wasn't taken down even once, which is a big thing, saying that they have a Yuzhong, Korikuti onto Yuzhong, Madara onto the Gato. They are 2 dive heroes, and you are able to survive so much of those dive with just a flicker. That is a big thing. And I think it's also, I think most of the deaths that's been coming through from SHUL was more on Apex. That's the rumor. He don't give you gold, and you're just okay with the Khalid also. And I think there's also one factor that they let go of the Gatot gacha because they want the Khalid for themselves, because they can match the rotation that the Gatot will be having. And you are always supposed to be having a giving out a vision with all of those movement speeds you have onto the Khalid, right?
That is exactly the point. The Khalid and the Garukacha are both such heroes that you go in for the dive and you risk sacrificing your life because you know that your team will be there to finish it off. And IQSATL, they just did it better. Exposon, they tried hard. Corey, he made some amazing sets with the Petrify onto Radium, but the Lunox or the Yusunshin, they just weren't able to back him up. And Radium, the gold standard of India. That's what he is, right? That's what we call him. And he showed those flickers, those dashes, and that magic blade at the very last second. It was so worthwhile to watch. Just him dodging away everything. And of course, it is the utility Amon. Because look at that. That's a Chastity's Pauldron and a Thunderbolt along with a brute force. So no way you're going to take him down because he is going to use one skill on you and run away while having full HP. Asuna, of course, we saw what he did, and like you mentioned, not the worst KDA this time for Shenzhou, but not the best performance indeed. But we would like to see what he does in game number 2. Give him his comfort. We know what Shenzhou can do, and we have seen him do it. Madara, of course, went in for some amazing sets, but it didn't work out because the AOG is very dodgeable. Meanwhile, Apex on the Khalid had some amazing sets, did fall quite a number of times, but it was worth it because he created the space for his team. Same goes for Anti, completely zoned out Godspeed every single time from the neutral objectives, and that's what really mattered.
And now I feel like I liked the ban, the Lapu Lapu ban coming through from SHUL, because you see that Corey does well onto the Lapu, especially into the early stages of the game and the turtle fights. And now that he don't have a quote unquote perfect hero for him, they are struggling just a little bit. But look at that rich guy, 869 for the gold per minute. That is going to be Radiant. The carry is of course Asuna, 71k. That is definitely going to be a good KDA that he have right now. But yeah, I think the damage coming through from the Eve up to a third build, yeah, you kind of want to consider the Eve as a bit of a utility into the early stages. But now that he have all the core items, he was already so ready, and he wasn't taken out even once. The RWM was providing a lot of spacing, and you do also see that Madara is most of the time trying to focus on the Radium rather than the Asuna. That is kind of, a bad dive unless they have a different say into the second game, because like I said, Senju, he needs to have his Eve, but SHUL, they know they shouldn't give the Eve out.
That is what. You do not give the Eve or the Kimi to Shenzhou, because you know what? He is going to mark you down. He is coming for his revenge. But right now, looking at their faces, they are kind of chill at the moment. And honestly, they're just contemplating on what to do next, because that is exactly what they should be doing. The more they plan, the better it gets for them into game number 2, because that is exactly what we are waiting for. We will be seeing them back in action very soon, but until then, you know what, Debbie? Game number 1, it was very, very one-sided for the side of IQSATL. They were there because, you know what? They just proved they were there all over the map. Apex into the enemy's jungle every single time. He didn't care if he got taken down or not. Asuna, he was there for the poke. And Jay, of course, there for the backup to Apex. Radium, he was there on bot. He was there on mid. He rotated both the lanes, traded off a little bit of that turret gold for the minion stacks instead, which is what matters more for a Granger.
I think it's funny to see that, last time I've seen Lunox onto the hands of Senju, I think he was kind of nervous, right? But he's a good guy, right? But he don't get nervous onto big stages. But this time I think he did perform well, but not the best that we've seen him on. So why not give him a hero that he's comfortable on, and try to get a bit of a winning XP side? Can you have a winning lane against Anti, who is a damage dealer who doesn't really go out? He's just gonna be farming up and get out the damage is done too. But I'm pretty chill with that. I was actually expecting Uranus onto the hands of Radium in the first game, but it's into the hands of Anti, right? It did work out, and yeah, maybe this time around Radium is coming back with that damages that he won in his hands.
He definitely could. Maybe a secret pick that we don't know about. Maybe it could debut right here at the LAN, because we all want to see what they are capable of, right? And we all know. And with that, the draft in game number 2, it's begun. Hilda and Jushin being taken out from Higgs Boson once more, while SHUL will be targeting down on the Eve. They know Shenzhou, and that is exactly what they do. They aren't going to give Godspeed his lance either, so he is going to be left with the Shin or the Joy up next. And if even that is taken out or stolen away, IQSATL, they are playing really smart right now, and they might just do that. Higgs Boson, meanwhile, will be taken down on the Grok. The last ban, though, it is open for the side of IQSATL here. They might take out the CC. That is one of the options. Crisis loves to prey on the gold, and she is one of the heroes who is good on the gold as well. But in the previous game, they let the CC go, and it still worked out perfectly for them. So this time around, we might just see the same thing happen, and yep, it is going to be the Lapu Lapu getting taken out.
I like what SHL is doing actually, because they have a good read onto the teams that they're playing against. So I'm kind of, I'm not even surprised, man. So Higberson, they know that they should try to get a little bit of a early game hero here, stop out the macro that can come through from SHL into the early stages. But then there's always one thing that I do recognize coming through from against SHL. Every team that they go against, they remove out the Grok. So he does have the Khalid too, right? Now that the CC is picked away from Higbotion, steal the CC. First pick, by the way, gold lane again. So SHL, what do they want? Oh,
They're gonna take away the Esmeralda from themselves and steal Madara's Gatotkacha too. So that's a smart move once again. Like I told you, they are playing smart this time around. Like no matter what hero you take out, they somehow find a way around. But oh, the pocket pick. It is going to come from the side of Xboson. They're gonna lock in onto the Baxia this time around. And maybe, who knows, they go in for something like the Kimi up next. I know she's nerfed. We know she is nerfed, but Shenzu, he makes it work. We've seen like other teams like RNTX, they make it work as well. But there we go. That is exactly what he picks up this time around. Comfort hero into the hands of Shenzu. And you know what Asuna is gonna go in for here? Something like the Farsa or the Fish Lady, the Kadita. That is something they might be working around this time. But instead, they just decide to go in for the Amon first, you know? They don't want it banned out like anti-smartest maybe. So, you know, no risks being taken.
I mean, it's already a signature picked. This is a tank Amon and not gonna be a damage Amon. I feel like, Jay is highly focused on objective rather than damages. Like maybe he have a thought in his head, like, you wanna remove out the joy here for Godspeed. So they are actually manifesting the Basha to go into the hands of Godspeed. I hate him on the Basha actually, to be honest, because no matter what happened, he can get his heroes. Like he can also play the Fanny too. He can get the Fanny and put the Basha into the room, but do you want a Basha into the room? That's gonna be lacking a little bit of a set.
That is going to lack in quite a lot of crowd control. And honestly speaking, they don't have anything except the traction pulse from Kimi for now. However, they might still be able to make the Baxia work into the jungle if they go in for something like a Matilda into their roam. But there's the Esmeralda. They can't risk that anyway. So what they need to do here is pick up on something like maybe a proper fighter into the gold lane. Maybe send the CC to the gold. Pick up on Arlot EXP maybe, or the Yuzhong, or the Tamus. That could work as well. Or maybe just like skip everything, pick up the Alice. But look at that, SHUL. They exactly take out the Alice then and there. IQSATUL though, they do have the first pick privilege this time around. The gold lane, the Granger's still very much open for Radium. The X-Spark, even that is open this time around, unless X-Person realizes it and bans it. Maybe, maybe not. We cursed it the previous time, and okay, this time around, still very much open for him to pick up. Unless, of course, he wants to go in for the Esmeralda into the gold. But they can still flex it, right?
There's a thing about the M1 here. You can't really say if he's gonna be the main damage dealer or if he's gonna be that objective player. That is why it's actually hard to draft against IQ SHUL. But Lunox coming through onto the hands of Asuna. He wanna carry this time, so he's not gonna be into the backlines. Even though he got the MVP, he's gonna be the one with the high damage here. So Higberson, they don't have I don't think they have the privilege to try to go for the assassins anymore, because I feel like it should be a Basha jungle. Oh wow, they did actually go for the Fanny instead. Oh, never mind. That's gonna be a comfort hero for Mr. Goldspeed. I think he really wanted Fanny. At least get one comfort hero no matter what. That's why I do hit him onto the Basha, right, when he can play those assassins so well. So what does it mean here? That's gonna be a roam Basha. So they need another XP laner for Corey Cutie. Tamus can be an option, like you said. But Glue, that's a debut pick for Corey Cutie.
That is definitely a debut, and you know what? And that is a very good debut pick. Honestly, he can just climb up onto the Amon, use up his ultimate, and then Jay, no matter how tanky you are, you won't have that much of an escape if the Kimi and the CC decide to climb up on you. So you need to play it safe out there. The thing which IQSHU can really do here is, send that Lunox onto the goal and pick up something like the Faramis into their mid lane, and then send the Esme onto the EXP. That is also a very valid choice for them, but then it would be too much magic. But no, it is the safe and secure. It is going to be the X-Spark. And honestly, the Xbox works wonders here. It counters the glue, it counters the CC, it counters the Boxia, and it can finish off the Kimmy up to a certain extent because endless shots plus lusting insanity, that is going to make it one hell of a combo.
There's also a very weird combination or a interaction between an Xbox and a glue. Sometimes you see the fire blazer onto the minions of the glue kind of heals him out with the War Axe. So maybe there's gonna be a very hard decision for Higbushon to make too. But let's see how they will be working out because the lineup's already set in. The Crisis yet again onto the CC. He will be trying to get a neutralization onto the gold lane side, which is what he should be doing. But when you have a Fanny onto the side, especially into the hands of Godspeed, you do not really need a winning lane. You might want to have a good objective taken. But then again, Sarah, I think the first turtle might be better into the hands of SHUL yet again.
Exactly so. Two amazing drops coming in from both teams, and we can see quite a lot of pocket picks this time around. Astranas, Lunox, and oh wait, are we seeing that correct? Look at that, it's an Almond into the gold lane, and Jeho will be picking up his signature X-Borg into the jungle. So, you know what? We are in for a show this time around. Crisis, though, of course, onto that Kimmy and Shenzhou, onto the Kimmy, CC and Kimmy, I mean, of course. And that works out so well for them too. Godspeed can easily go up and finish up on Lunox once she uses up the Brilliance, or onto Radium once he decides to go in for some kind of an engage and then doesn't make it out alive. So we will see which team does it better. Both the drafts looking very strong at the moment. It'll all come down to the execution eventually, because the team fight advantage, currently it is into the hands of IQ SHUL, but Higbushon, they have a way to turn it around, and that is going to be Corey's ultimate onto either the Lunox or onto Radium. So they really need to mark it down well, Debbie.
That's what we're waiting for. Oh my goodness. I never thought, we would see Radium onto the M1, onto the gold lane side, by the way. Well, this is what surprises, this is what we are being, looking forward to. We have been looking forward to. And of course, it's going to be provided by SHUL, but let's head into the line of dodge.
5 seconds till the end.
We are here, game number 2. It's officially begun, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see Higbushon look up for their revenge of game number 1. They still need a point while SHUL are sitting at match point. They have the 1 point advantage. They have the confidence and the morale, and it is going to show in very clear as well. Higbushon, though, they need to figure it out. But oh no, but it's okay. But Apex on the mid line. He is not going to make it out alive this time. He is finally going to fall, and like we said, don't give Shenzhou his Kimmy.
Whether it's nerfed or not, whether it's been picked down, is going to be able to have a good time into the mid side as well. 1 kill already under 1 minute of the game from Mr. Sanju right now. That means that they'll be able to get a good drop at the start. Look at that.
Oh no, they're going in for a little bit of war, but Madara, he's kind of low, and they really need to avoid falling down. Once they have secured that early lead for themselves, they need as much of it as they can, because both CC and Kimmy, their damage dealers, need a bit of stealing, at least the War Axe and the glowing wand into their hands if they want to be useful. Looking at the emblems, Debbie, there's nothing much unusual coming in from their side. However, the only thing I can see is the Festival of Blood onto Lunox, so that's going to be for the Spellbomb, while the rest of them is very even. Yeah, though I think that the Impure Rage could have worked better onto Godspeed's Fanny, but then again he's going in for a complete burst down competition. Raiden though needs to be careful because his teammate, his jungler, he's not level 4 yet, and Godspeed, he's already here. Secures the gold crab pretty easily, which is going to give him a little bit of an edge, but oh, Apex gets the taunt, gets it perfectly, and Godspeed, no! He will fall immediately.
Would have thought they will be seeing that kind of transition so early on, just before the start of the turtle to the top lane. Though that might be a stun coming through, and he wasted out onto the sprint, but he'll still be able to survive. Stun, Madara.
Yep, and mean, easy little thing, but oh, the falling star moon is going to come in. Madara needs to walk out of that. He does use the revitalize as well, but Jay, he might just try to go in with last insanity, but no, he's going to save it for Corey. He's going to go in for the poke. Oh no, the ultimate comes in. The Piragama, it's getting chunked down. Lasting insanity comes from the last moment, but is he? No! That's not a question to be made because he is finally going to fall at the hands of Corey Cutie right there.
Finally, something for the start for Corey Cutie. That is a good initiation coming through from him. But then again, the top lane. Oh, flicker.
No, Auntie needs to back off. Corey gets the ultimate, but that's under the turret. No! Why would you commit to that? That was not a choice. That was not a choice to be made. But what in the world? Exposon should not have committed to that. Madara once again trying to march on Apex. He's quite low. Gets the taunt though and will be able to dash out of the... Oh no, but Godspeed still trying to take down the Piraga armor. Possibly will succeed at it. No, he has to back off into Asuna though. Doesn't have the brilliance, but he's gonna back off pretty safely.
Yeah, we cannot... Yeah, forget that, but still... Oh, Asuna flickering it.
Oh no, you do not want to go in like that. Madara gets the stun! And the tankers, the Romas, Apex and Madara get a kill onto the opponent mid laners each. But now, Madara is the one who needs to back up. While Apex, once again, back to doing what he does best. Scouting down the enemies as deep as he possibly can. Opening up the map for his team.
I do want to see what, Radiant is going to be building out. Is it going to be a damage Ammon? Or is it going to be a tank Ammon like Jay, of course? So now I think the damage is fully into the hands of Asuna. The re-engagement coming through from him into the mid side is definitely one of the top one right now. But then again, level ranking, the Godspeed onto the top. Jay follow up, but he's still able to catch up to the XP right there. So that's definitely okay. Look at the taunt.
And he is definitely trying to go in for a little bit something more. Radiant is going to find him with the endless shots immediately while Godspeed takes a kill onto Asuna. So it is going to be Asuna and Shenzu, the two people to fall the highest this time around, the 2 and 2 both each. So, you know what? That's a funny coincidence, but we are going to keep it as our second topic of discussion because right now, Radium, you can't dash out with an Amon. This isn't a Granger. The AOG comes in just a second too late. But now, they are the ones who need to back up because Higgsboson has all the backup they need for the turtle. Crisis is here. All 5 members are here and Corey is doing what he does best, going in for the zone onto Jay, and Godspeed will be securing that turtle as the Piraga armor will be targeted down, but no! Asuna, he is gonna fall once more. The fight isn't over though. Anti alone, a tank in 5 people, has to sprint out of that situation, which means that's a very, very important resource getting baited out.
I think that is already an online Godspeed Penny, which we were actually looking forward to, but not with a Basha, of course. But then the first item priority is the War X actually for both the jungles for the side of Hibushan as well as IQ, SHUL. And now I think they will be able to start a good rotation for Hibushan here, because now that they have a priority on how they will be able to get up the objectives done. But then again, IQ, SHUL, they are so good in holding out onto their lane. They are not even leaving anyone of their lane unprotected, which means that they'll be able to secure onto the bottom side as well, which is going to be forcing out Madara to try to clear it out, which is the rumor, by the way. But Corey Cutie onto J-Ho again.
Again, he is going to get the ultimate online onto Jay. But Jay, he's going to actually use up the lasting insanity to back off. So that's a quick little strategy to recall. Get your ultimate back online in another 10 seconds by recovering the energy for the Piraga armor from the base itself. So that's smart work because he knows that a turtle is coming up. And this time around, they cannot risk giving away another turtle. First time, took it. Second time, Godspeed was there to secure it, and he is currently on a 3-1-1, so that actually plays wonders inside of Higgsboson for that early lead. They still have it at 1.2k, so that's recoverable for the side of IQSHUL. However, they need to figure out a way to reduce that goal lead and get it for themselves if they want to keep going for that 2-0. If not, they are still on currently at the right track, and Exposon will be the ones to actually get the advantage and get a 1-1 tiebreaker game online for us. But there we go, the fighting begun. Godspeed, he is going to secure the red tree pretty easily. Apex though, he's getting marked down quite a lot. Madara trying to tag it. Oh no, but the taunt comes in. AOG defensively, but Corey is going to get the ultimate while J-Hope is going to find a kill onto Madara though. Traction pulse into the mid lane will be enough to stop J-Hope. No, oh, Radium is on to Shenzu. The endless shots flickered too early. You do not want to do that, but you did that and now you've got to pay. And that is exactly what Shenzu did. But Exposon, they aren't quite far back yet. That team fight, even though it was on the side of IQSA2L, Exposon did have a kill for themselves as well.
Now I think the trade out is definitely good enough for SHL though, because there's a thing. There might be a jump coming through from NT just for the clearance, but I think it's a very good thing that for Hikvision they did take out the turtle, but then they lose out 2 members already. SHL, Asuna.
Okay, also Assault, but no, he gets immobilized at the very last moment and Crisis is able to dash out. Safe decision coming in from Crisis as well as Madara right there, protecting his gold laner as much as possible. But they need to figure out a way to stay into the fights because Madara will be the one engaging every single time, and that is who IQSHUL needs to pick off if they want to win out into the team fights. Radiant though, definitely trying to mark down the back line, but Jeho here getting the poke onto Corey. Oh no, is he gonna go in for the last inside again? No, he just gonna back off.
I think they're definitely going to be retreating out onto that, but one thing that's for sure that's good for Hikvision is that they are able to get out the top lane turret. That's the only compensation that you're looking for. And already into the 9 minutes of the game, and they are still onto SN6 to the lead. But then again, there's also one big factor. Oh,
Auntie, there's no way. Godspeed, he is trying to find a kill onto Auntie, but Auntie will use up the sprint to dodge every single blade, and he's gonna back off. Onto the bot side though, Apex will be the one in danger. Once again, you want to use up the AOG, and he does it! But no, Corey will still get the ultimate. He brings Apex back. Apex thought he was safe, but Corey said, no, you're mine. Radium flickers out. Godspeed will make it out alive, dodging away the endless shots. But Corey once again trying to go in for J-Ho right there. He's got to back up a little bit though. Lasting Insanity has been used up. That's a green signal for the Lord, but Asuna used the brilliance to back off. But is IQSHUL, will they fight back? They need to contest the Lord. Jay, he's too far away right now, and the Lord is at half HP. Can they make it back? We do not know yet, and this might just be the easiest Lord secure Exposon has had in these 2 games.
no full build whatsoever for Asuna, but he does have the Sky Piercer though. But then finally we are seeing a damage Ammon into the side of SHUL, but not into the hands of J-Ho, of course. But onto the other side, I think Godspeed really doing God's work here. 4 builds is already God, which means that he'll be able to get out the damage that's done. But going for NT was definitely the last thing you want to do here. But right, he's trying to go in for more, but no. Taunt!
Oh no, the taunt comes in right onto Corey this time around. J-Ho is trying to look for a little bit of an engage, but he wants to get the AOG build up defensively. Not the best of signs because Shenzu is definitely doing the work of God right here. But no, oh no, the Godspeed will be taken down by Asuna. They still need to go in for a little bit more. Jay onto the back line. He's trying to find out Madara while Radium is going to take down Crisis. They need still to find the kills. Corey is going to find Apex, but he is going to be shut down by Asuna. Once again, this time around, Exposon falls, and this is another Lord being defended by IQSHUL.
You would have thought, oh, Senju!
No way! Radium makes the impossible possible. Senju is going to fall this time around. His positioning just a little bit off, and Radium's ambush just way too on point. And guess what? He's on the critical build, so every single shot is going to hit as hard as possible. But Madara trying to spot down Radium here. Godspeed didn't get the dashes exactly as planned out, but the invincibility is not even going to hit. Godspeed needs to back off. He's out of energy, and Exposon here once again on the back foot this time around.
Everything for a blue buff, of course, you want to give Godspeed his blue buff because basically everything he does is try to get out of the backlines first and then focus onto the macro wise, get out those objectives first, and then that's how they are usually playing. But Radium though, I think he's so free, going to the backlines time and time again, and especially taking a hand on the Shenju was enough, but Tan.
No, definitely once again, the brilliance is going to lock in while Apex uses to conceal a little bit too early maybe, but it's still all good because Asuna he did make it out alive of that little bit of an invasion onto him. But what can we do? SHL, they need to think this through. Exposon, they need to think this through because the next slot might just be the decider for this game. The next slot is to enhance. It will give the team a major goal lead, which IQSA2F, they got it into their hands this time around. It was 1.5k before. Now it's just slipping between 200. One's on the side of Exposon, one's on the side of SA2L. But the turret advantage, it is into the hands of Exposon at the moment, and that is something they definitely need to capitalize on.
There's also one fact that they do have a good early, frontliner for their side, because NT can be put into the position where he can try to go for a little bit of a vision here and he can get away with it. But there's also, for Hikbushon, they can try to fight for the long lanes here because they do have a Fanny. They can try to go for those objectives first and then not try to go for the team fights much more earlier than usual. Traction Pulse will be wasted out here. Lord already up, NT in a good position, but Radium though, he's trying to go look for a flank and he's trying to go together with Apex as well. Jeho not ready for any kind of fight.
Oh no, the Kazin Pay comes in. Chenzu needs to back off. He's the one getting marked down this time around, but no, Radium will be the one to fall. Shenzu, he gets in. Oh no, Radium! He's low, but Corey with the flicker as well. That was so way too close for them. Godspeed still trying to go with for Asuna, but Anti is going to find Crisis into the backline. Godspeed needs to back up as soon as possible. Team IQSA2L once again with a 2-for-1 trade. Madara make that a 3-4-1 as they get one more into the board for themselves. The Lord once again wide open, but Godspeed is still alive, and you need to match his retribution if you want to secure the Lord, and that is exactly something we'll be seeing very soon.
Yeah, that's definitely going to an okay play, but then again now Corey QT, they try to go for a contest. Of course they do have the Fanny, but it will be a bad idea to try to go in. That's going to be a free Lord for J-Ho there. He's going to be securing out, but Corey though might be caught.
Yep, they're trying to look for a little bit of something, but that something won't come into their hands so easily. SHUL, they have the Lord advantage into their hands. They are going to play it cleverly. They need to sink down the lanes. They need to take a turret up top because 3 turrets are still standing up there. Jeho though, he gets targeted by the glue and the Piragama. It won't be so valid, and Leshad gets dodged, but no, Godspeed will be taken down. Corey now in the middle of 4 people. Is he going to able to survive that? He actually does, and he is going to be alive after everything. 1 member down for the side of Exposon. SA2L charging up with a very, very healthy Lord. The charge comes in. Once again, Apex and Radiant go onto the back line. They're trying to go and look for Shenzu or Crisis. But Glue, this time around, he is smart enough to stop them in their tracks and avoid suffering another death.
I think that might be a jump coming through. Lord still gonna be taken down here. Traction Pulse will not be connecting onto anyone right now. But Madara though, is he going for an engage with the Turtles percent? I don't think it's a good idea. Look at that.
Not a good idea. Indeed, with the Trunkin comes in from Madara. But no, he gonna be he does. But okay, look at that. Godspeed still gets marked down and he's gonna back off.
That was one inhibitor that they are looking for, and now they could find it. Definitely a good region for Hikvision to try to go for a slow kind of play. But then again, looking at the build so far, I think Godspeed, it's time for him to be lacking out to the damage. So Senju should try to come through. I think he's definitely gonna go for that Demon Hunter, I guess, because that is gonna be the last build that he is gonna be needing. Penetration wise also, that's a good build that can come through for him. But then Radium onto the Holy Crystal, that is the first time we see the damage onto the hands of SHL. So wherever he's gonna be trying to go flank, especially onto Senju, I think he will be a sure kill. Retribution gonna be wasted out by J-Ho, trying to get out a rotation onto Corey. Might be going for an engage, but no jump. Look at that.
Yep, there we go. Corey will be the one taking out that ultimate, but Godspeed! There's no way he took down Asuna instantly. Because he did! And now, Exposon can definitely go in for a bit of a re-engage. Jeho, he doesn't have the Viraga armor, and I think they are going for it right there. Apex will be the target this time around. Again, uses up the AOG defensively, so that's 1 kill taken away in favor of Exposon, while IQSA2L, they need to find a way to defend this mid inhibitor. And Tilo getting chunked down! Godspeed will be able to secure it with the cutthroat. Jeho still struggling a little bit to clear off those waves, but now he's trying to go in for Madara, and he is going at it well. He has taken Madara down, so no, the taunt comes in, but Jay with the mega kill instantly. Again, the Lord was a very 50-50 for both of these teams, so we'll see another amazing Lord fight, Debbie.
That's gonna be the Demon Hunter's War for Senju right now. Not taken down. He doesn't really have a defense, right? So if Radium is able... Oh, conceal. There might be something. Bot lane.
Yep, there is definitely something. Shenzu, he has the flicker still, but no, he is going to fall immediately. Not the best of positions. They do not want to clear lanes alone as a Kimi this late into the game. And oh no, concealed flame. Oh no, that's not. That's the power of the wishing lantern. Endless shards bursts down Corey to force him to recall, while IQSA2L secure another Lord for themselves.
That stops Godspeed to try to go for all of those long lanes here. That's the only thing that he can do. But then again, I feel like this is the time for Senju to build up a bit of a defense. It could be the the Winter Truncheon, because he cannot really fall down to the hands of Radium again and again, because he's going to be the main damage dealer right now. But as we can see, top lane, Godspeed yet again with anti.
Yep, Godspeed will be targeting down Anti once again, but this time around Radium is there for the backup, and Godspeed, he has realized that. But the damage from the Wishing Lantern, the flicker, camera! Can we focus up a little bit more? But on the base! Look at the base! The Lord will be tongued down. And again, Corey and Madara will be the ones targeting down Jay with the Truncheon at the perfect timing. But Madara, he's gonna make it out alive this time around. Jay doesn't have the Piraka armor, and he needs to play it up safer than expected. But the inhibitor, the last standing inhibitor for the side of the Exposon is very low. Corey uses up the Winter Truncheon once again and flickers out as well of the situation with the Chaos Assault onto Madara this time around. Won't really help them to get a kill, but that is an immense amount of pressure that IQSA2L has created onto Exposon.
It's kind of nerving to see that Hitmonchan are still able to defend out onto this for so long. But for how long is the question here? This Lord will be enough to end the game if SH2R are able to take it down. But a lot of builds has been changed up for both of the teams right now. Everyone is already almost full build. Even for Corey Kildy, you have a little bit of an HP onto his side with the helmet, of course. For Radium though, I think he's trying to go look for a flank, especially onto Senju though. And I don't see Senju building out the Winter yet again, but if he have it, it will be a very, very good option for him. But he will be changing out the Concentrated for the Holy Crystal, because he sure know that he's gonna be the main damage dealer right now. I don't think Godspeed will be able to do anything here, but the setup is in for both of the teams. But then again, SH2L are playing it so good, they want to pick off Sarah.
They want a pick off really badly, because look at the positioning coming in from Radium as well. Oh no! Godspeed! Walked into dead space, gets taken down exactly before the Lord spawns up, and that is the blunder, which might just cost Exposon their game, and we do not want to see that so fast. But oh my goodness, IQSA2L with the mind games. Insanely clever and insanely cunning at the same time, because look at the birds. Oh, up top, CC. CC is the one in danger. Amon, he has to back up, because the backup, it has come into play.
I'm actually surprised to see that Godspeed sold out his boots, no retribution, and built out the Queen Swing for extra protection. But the Evolve Floor is already set into the mid side. No inhibitors will be standing no more. They will be focusing on trying to end the game for SH2L. This might be a good one though, look at that!
No, not yet. They will go right inside the base though, and that is a very unsafe position. But Madara gets busted down. Asuna will be able to take that kill. Brilliance comes in. Base way too low to be tested. Saved, and IQSA2L take away a very dominating 2-0 in the first series. Higgs Boson, they have one more chance and they need to look for a comeback if they can, because the stakes just got a hell lot higher.
First game of the day, the first best of 3 series. And SA2L will be the one coming out on top with a clean, dominating sweep. This is going to be another chance for them to try to go for more. But for the side of Higgs Boson, they need one more game decided for him whether they get eliminated or not. But look at that though, look at that. He's trying to go for a spin, look at that.
What do we see? Oh, no, that's just going to be the killing notification. I mean, it's Radium, right? He needs the killing notification. That's what he gets, right? It's the kills.
Okay, the kills.
I mean, of course, but this time around, it is going to be Jeho onto that MVP. The signature Xbox pick works out so well. We're going to see another one. What do we see here? Bad luck. All your luck was used up for that 2-0. No worries. So, it's fine. Another one.
Okay. Oh.
I told you. I told you so.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe if we get the Mikasa, we might see a Fanny Roam.
Yes, please. That's what we request. The India requests Fanny Roam. It's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, come on, man. We saw what the MVP can do. That Xborg definitely got marked down by Corey every so many times. Yep. But he pulled it off. The gold per minute, it's nearly equal to that of a gold laner, 702. And the damage dealt as well, 100k plus. That's something huge for Jay to achieve with an Xbox this time around. And he even sold out the boots. So that's going to make a lot of difference right there.
You know, sometimes I kind of want to see what he have in his brain, right? The way for Jeho, I mean, you know, you never seen this kind of gameplay coming from anyone, right? Because the decision makings are kind of like weird, icky, but he made it work most of the time because the combination or even the way he rotates out the macro style, the rotation style usually is not very recommendable, but he always made it work out. So this is the, you know, the macro factor that SA2L have most of the time. But this is gonna be a 21-minute game in comparison to the first, which was almost 12-minute only. And we can see the lineups are the builds are already set and everyone is already having the full build. Holy Crystal for Senju was what they needed, but then he wasn't able to have an opening. For Akimi, when you have a good frontliner onto your side, you might want to have a good damages, but they don't really have that. And I think this time around also Corey Cutie did a really good job in the way he was playing, right? But then again, there was no much of a capitalization coming through for both of the sides. But of course, onto the side of Radium, I would like to say that he was on the Master of Assassin, right? Which means that he have a solo damage onto his side. That's why he was able to make all the flanks work. And Lunox with the vitality?
I mean, if it works, it works. And he made it work, honestly. Because especially, you know, there was the glue. And with the little spawns, he could just heal up every single time. I think that is exactly what the game plan was. And they executed it. Higgs Boson, that was an amazing fight, honestly. The team fights were so fun to watch. Just Radium wandering around the entire map along with Apex trying to find down Chenzu. And they did that. They did that. But Higgs Boson, they also found their way right down to the mid lane and support. Oh, but look at that. That was a support emblem for Radium. For the movement speed, And he made it work so well. The damage build, the wishing lantern, it just worked way too better than we have expected. And of course, the head-to-head, as we can see, it's just the very usual. Both the mages technically had very similar KDAs in a way, but in terms of damage and everything, Asuna did manage to secure, you know, the better of the damage dealt, and the turret damage too. Asuna had 4k of that, so that made a difference. Garut Kacha into Apex's hands, definitely a very, very deadly thing to be seen into a game like this. Well, Madara, of course, he had the more damage dealt and taken, but the crowd control wasn't there as a Bakshya, and that is why the Garut Kacha works better. Corey Cuties definitely did quite a lot targeting down every single time, but it was the Esmeralda who zoned out better and made it work for the side of IQSA2L. Jay, this time around, I told you, he's close, but he's not just close, he's higher. He is the reach guy this time around, as well as the carry. And Madara is going to get the damage taken for himself, the sandbag, while the wingman will be taken away by Apex.
Wingman, I think he don't want that, right? He might want to have a damages, but as we can see, this is what we got right now. But I think we have a little bit of a word we're gonna be saying right now. But then again, that was a good game that we can see here. We can, you have to see. Look at that. Their pools are actually similar. Corey, Crisis, Godspeed, they have a.
That is what it usually works out for these teams with what they can do better. And you know what? It worked out well for them. Higgsboson, they have one more chance and they need to utilize it as much as possible. So of course, they will be back stronger and we wish them well. And of course, as we can see, you know what? At QSA2L, I think we will be waiting for them as we will take a short little break and be back with the players. Oh no, but guess what? We are already back with the players.
It was, of course, a great match. Thank you to our dear casters, Sarah and Debbie, for, of course, taking to a game, of course, giving their voices. But I think I have a lot of things to say. But hey, today is a short little day. We will come to it pretty soon. But of course, right now, both of the teams just finished their matches. So why don't both of you teams, of course, just shake their hands and, of course, take your leave. But I want to invite one player from... I think each team would be good, eh?
Yeah.
Each team would be good. So from the side of IQSA2L, I think it's really obvious I want Radium to come in. Okay, on the other side, I'm going to call Madara. But still, first, I want you guys to shake the hands. Shake the hands. Come in.
Let's give it up for IQSA2L and Higgsboson, everybody.
Great match, guys. I want to say something, but I will ask that question first. And right now, I would love for Madara, okay, you stand nearby me, and Radium, you come and stand beside Cize. I want to ask you the first question, of course. Very obvious. I think the audience wants to know about it itself. Why Amon Gold? Why?
Oh, we found this in the depths of the Mumbai server solo queue. So thought we might try it in the tournament. What else? So
it was just a solo queue thing. This is Bengal server though.
we play in Mumbai server, right? Yeah. So we found it in rank. Someone was playing. So we said, oh, this looks good.
You just thought it looks good. I thought it was coming in from TikTok, honestly.
Someone might have been trying from TikTok to solo queue.
TikTok to solo queue, right. So, Cize, you want to ask Radium a question?
I know this very often, but did you guys expected the 2-0 sweep?
Yes, of course.
Let's hear it out for IQSA2L, Radium, everybody.
Okay. Then I will ask Madara from the side of Higgsboson. Same question, but in reverse. I know it sounds bad, but did you guys expect to get 0-2?
No, at least we thought we will do 2-1, win or loss.
Win or loss 2-1. So I want to ask a very analytical question. What do you think went wrong from your hand?
I think it's the VC Discord problem.
Discord problem.
Yeah.
You're facing some communication issues, basically. Okay, hopefully that is fixed and you guys can communicate well better. So I want to first ask the question to, again, Radium. Right now you guys are going to be going into the upper brackets. So, of course, there's another match left of course, best of 3 series of quarterfinals. And I think you guys already know those teams. So, it is going to be IQ RNTX versus Godlike. So, I know you cannot really predict what's going to happen on that game itself. But who do you want to face more on the upper brackets?
Of course, Godel.
Of course.
Yeah.
Radium wants to meet Godlike in the upper brackets. So, with the question of, he wants to face Godlike. So, he's basically, I'm not saying he basically wants to meet Godlike. So, that means the chances that RNTX could drop to the lower brackets. So what does that mean? Heek Boston will meet them. So, Madara, I want a really confident answer from you, okay? Do you think you can win that elimination round, or do you think it might not go the way? I really want a confident answer from you.
It's 100%, bro.
It's 100%. They got a win against RNTX. So, RNTX, I know you guys are most likely in the audience. You've heard it. So, either prepare or get ready to be swept, right? So, of course, thank you so much, Madara and Radium, both of you coming in. And, of course, you're going to be playing another match later on, which is going to be upper brackets and lower brackets, right? Radium, good luck to the match against Godlike.
We wanna, they are really good. 11 win streaks continue, so we wanna see how good they are.
You want to break it?
Let's see.
Let's see. No. You got to say yes or no.
Yes, of course.
That's done. That's done. And then I'm wishing you the best that you guys can climb back. But at the same time, there are other teams. There's IQ, RNTX. So wishing you guys absolutely the best. And of course, I hope your communications can improve. And with it, anything you want to say to the audience before you go?
Thank you for supporting. That's it.
Okay, that's a humble question, but with it, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to be taking a short little break, and we're going to be coming right back with the next match of the quarterfinals best of 3 series between Godlike and IQ SATWL. So make sure you stay tuned on War Drum Games at Mythic Showdown Season 2.
Way too amazing. Like, who expected a 2-0? That too against Higgs Boson, coming in from IQ at SA2L. Because hey, this is the LAN. This is where the stakes get higher for us.
Definitely. And we are expecting a bit more from RNTX and godlike, everybody.
And you know what? First of all, we are going to welcome the players. The teams, they will be walking in once more to give us the show we need. First up, we are going to call in IQ RNTX. Get the stage ready for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, we call upon godlike, everybody. Let's hear it out for godlike.
Get them in, get the cheers in, because this is Godlike Esports! The teams, they are here. Two big names in the industry will be joining in hands first time on the stage. And they know this game. They know what they can do and they will be showing us very soon. But for now, first things first. Let us call upon stage our referee for the very special coin toss which decides the fate of these teams. Referee, can we have you up here?
handshake कर लो. So this is tails, this is heads. Who will call? Must be correct.
So RNTX is going for the first pick, everybody.
And now we're gonna have them shaking their hands. Sportsmanship at its peak. Teams, please go ahead.
So all the best for the two teams, Godlex and IQ RNTX. And we are going to see you after this match. Let's give it up for IQ RNTX and Godlike, everybody.
All the best to both of the teams. Custers, the stage is all yours.
Well, what's up, Guwahati? Are we ready for this game? It is between Team IQ, RNTX going on against Team Godlike. So, Fredo.
Yeah, of course, man. Who is not ready, right? Everyone here tonight has just gathered for this last game, which is going to be a BO3. And I mean, if they are not ready for this game, who else is going to be? Of course, the players, right? The players are more ready than the audience is. So, I mean, audience, what are you also waiting for? Come on, man. Let's cheer up for these teams that are going to be playing here tonight.
Can we hear some cheers, guys? RNTX!
Godlike!
Come on, louder, guys!
Who can make it louder tonight? We'll find out, of course, because these guys are going to, brawl it out in the land of Dawn, right?
Absolutely. And you know what the best part is? Like the draft, isn't it? It all starts with the draft, and we have two great people who can draft the best. We're talking about Team Godlike, Art, one of the people that have been the cornerstone, the one of the founding members, you can say, because he has been always there. And then we have Witch.
We know this guy has always been there since the beginning, and he's still here today. So I mean, longevity is something that this guy is a definition of. So you cannot really, count this guy out. Doesn't matter what the meta is. Doesn't matter which role he plays, right? He's always able to shine.
Absolutely. I think we have seen the transition for which, but apart from that, let's talk about the team's history, right? These two teams, Team RNTX, they have been number 2 in the leaderboard for this Mythic Showdown Season 2. And then we have Godlike, 4th, right? Almost barely scrapping it.
Almost, man.
It was very tough, I would say, but still, I think what matters is qualifying for the LAN event. So out here, since they're here right now, they need to put their heads into this game. For first, it's still the semi-final. So best of 3 it will be, and both the teams should be able to just play comfortably at least the first game, since the server would not be an issue. A lot of the times I think the teams would be like, the other team got the advantage because it's Mumbai server. No more Mumbai server it is, guys. So it is going to be the Bengal, and if you have same ping, what matters, Fredo?
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters when you're having the same internet connection and playing at the same place, because that is what that is the reason why we have these LAN events, because the player can compete equally. They have equal chances. They have equal, I would say, odds as well. The odds are completely same for both the sides, except that's when the skill comes to play, and the skill can sometimes be a big factor.
Skill, yes, but I think in this meta, when the heroes are so unpredictable, like we have seen today an Arman goal lane.
Oh yeah.
Who would have thought that?
Nobody except, of course, Mr. Radium, right? I mean, who can play, who can pull that off? I mean, if not that guy.
I think it's because it is IQ SC12 that why it worked.
Yep.
Apart from that, I don't see much team, going for that kind of experimental draft. But regardless, we might just see something unique. When I say unique, not as in a unique pick, but game style.
Yeah.
Because both these teams, they have some really good assassin players. We are talking about 2 young talents, Joseph versus
Van.
Yep.
Of course, man. I mean, you're talking about Joseph versus Van, but just think about the people that these teams are made of, right? The people themselves are so great in their own lanes. There have been multiple roster switches, but talking about roster switches, right, there is a duo right now, which is like the core heart of this team right now, which Godlike has just acquired, right? You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mr. Art and Mr. Bit.
Oh my God.
That duo is so deadly.
I think for the team is like, most of the time we have seen the mage being the most aggressive one, and then the roamer being, the one who gives the passive resistance so that, the team can work apart from that. But in this case, it's completely the opposite. It's like Bid is the passive one. He's the one who plays the utility kind of mage. And then there's Art, like, he will get to your face. Like, it doesn't matter which side of the map you are. It's like his own. Like, he goes for this, pick-off type of heroes, like the one which can put a lot of pressure. And then you will see from time, he's not there in the map, but when you see him, he's getting a off-cam kill.
Exactly, bro. It has happened a lot of times, right? I mean, streamers can't keep up with the kind of gameplay that he has.
Exactly.
They always get out-predicted. And once again, talking about these teams, right? I mean, if you talk about the leaderboards, because a lot of people just imagine how have these teams even made it here, right? Talking about the leaderboards, IGN were always, because they were called IGN before, RNTX has always been questioned as to why were they always the top one on the elite leaderboards, but why could they not make it to the Mythic leaderboards? But now they have answered. They have answered with whatever they have, and they have qualified for the LAN event. But now is the final test that they need to I would say, test themselves, to prove themselves that they actually belong here.
True. I think, the names previously, whatever history they had, has a lot to play into what they have become today, because they were not originally known as, Godlike and RNTX Sensitive, right? I mean, these teams had a very different name, but the legacy which they continue, right?
Yep.
So for the side of team Godlike, they're carrying their own legacy, rebranded under a different new name, of course, but the players, they have been the veterans. Like, if not all, at least 80% of the team, we can say, have been veteran. Even for the side of team RNTX, I think some of the players, at least one of them, I can close my eyes and say he has international experience.
Exactly, man.
So does that make a difference? What do you think?
I mean, that does come into play, right? When you think about the fact that he has that international exposure, he knows how the metas work. And I mean, if you're talking about which he has played every role in every meta, doesn't matter which role it is, except for maybe the roam. But man, that's just the kind of guy he is. He wants to go for aggressive plays.
True.
And at the same time, on the other side, aggressive plays with a roamer, you have Art right there for you as well, right?
Wait, what do you think of Art versus Rudius, the matchup?
Art versus Rudius, man, that's some crazy stuff because both these guys, right?
Yeah.
Both these guys, they have always proven themselves to be the aggressive roamers.
True.
So I mean, tonight is probably going to be one of those tough matches. We're going to find out who is the better aggressor.
And if we are talking about a matchup, we cannot forget one, the PH import.
Oh my God!
I think most people do not know, but
Yeah.
Romcom is actually a PH import, guys. Like he was playing in the PH server before he came to India.
Yep.
So technically he's a PH import, but then against him is gonna be none other than Mirio.
I know, man. I know. I mean, talk about Mirio the GOAT, right? Bro has always been in the EXP before the EXP was known to be EXP.
True.
Some people used to call it far lane. Some people used to call it off lane. And bro has been there since the first day. So I mean, like, if he's not that guy who has, who claims to be the GOAT, then who else can be, right? So Mirio is definitely someone who has to prove himself tonight as well.
Yeah, I think the matchup, yes, again, the heroes they get. Because in this meta, we have seen double fighter comps, we have
Yep.
seen gold laner comp as well. Because if we talk about Aaron, he is well suited for those marksman heroes. I think, yes, he's trying to transition into those fighter meta as well. But technically, his grandeur, his Harith, and his Claude, these are the iconic heroes that he has been playing and which have been working very well for them for the longest period of the time. Yes, the meta has been changed. Fate, I think, is one of those gold laners who have gotten the best out of this meta, because he can play those fighters, especially the Lapu. Lapu is such a flex for their hero.
Yep. Lapu Lapu, I mean, you cannot really ignore this hero, right? Especially if you're giving it in the hands of this guy called Mr. Romcom, then you definitely have not thought things right. You're not really thinking straight because this guy, when he gets that Lapu Lapu,
Yeah.
he's going to shred you like he is a goal laner, and at the same time he's going to tank like he is the roamer.
You know what? Fate plays the aggressive Lapu Lapu more than Romcom.
Oh my God! Don't talk about it, man. I mean, Fate is someone who has. I just heard it from Art, right? He actually used to be EXP laner.
True.
And he turned into a goal laner. So he already knows how to play these heroes. He has
Of
that
course.
edge in this meta. If not him, then who?
If not him, who? Because both of them have such a good flexibility, and now since they are in the same team, so both of them can be the set maker, and from that, who benefits? Both bid as well as one, because they take complete control of that utter chaos. Because 3 people jumping on your face, if it's not enough, then you have one onto the assassin, especially the Fanny, the Lancelot,
Yep.
and then the Joy. Like, what do you do about all of that?
I mean, there was one game, if I remember, where I was casting for the side of Godlike, and
Yeah.
they actually had a lot of heroes banned just because Ivan was the one playing that day. Man, I was so surprised to see that even after banning all those heroes, he was able to pick an X-Borg and still make it work.
What?
People do question his ability with the utility sometimes, but I feel like he does need to prove it right. But man, that day I feel like, he did shine even if he was the one getting targeted.
I think for one, like in this team particularly, right, you cannot target one person. You tried banning out Romcom, you leave heroes for one. You tried banning, Romcom, you leave heroes for Bid as well as one, as well as for Fate.
Yeah.
Who do you ban? Which heroes do you ban? Which role do you ban?
Exactly, man. That's why in these kind of matches where the stakes are high and the people who are playing cannot really be, I would say, gapped by banning out their particular heroes. They usually try to go for more comp-specific bans. So
True,
tonight,
true,
if they
true,
do
true.
not do that, if they forget that they're playing against someone that you cannot really gap by banning out certain heroes, then man, you're doing something really wrong. So these guys, they definitely have to do that.
Yeah, we talked about enough of the players, of the heroes, of the
Yep.
drafts, playstyle, everything. But, what do you think playing in a LAN event would be different? Because, yes, for Team Godlike, they have plenty of experience. They are like 11-0 currently. The streak is continuing on.
Yep.
11-0. Not only like online events, but LAN too.
Yep. I mean, talking about the streak, right? They actually were one of those only teams besides ABM before they became SIDUL
Yeah.
who were there on the leaderboards for the longest time. But the fact that they actually had some trouble, some issue in, some hurdle in qualifying for this LAN event does raise questions as to how that longevity was possible. Did the meta favor them? Is this meta actually somewhere where they can actually, perform right? Can they actually prove themselves in a meta which is not really favoring them right now?
See, if we are talking about ABM or, SATUL currently, they create their own meta. IQ SA2L, right? They create their own meta. And we're talking about a team like Godlike who likes to follow the meta. They like to play the meta. So it's very contrasting when it comes to those two teams. And then on top of that, they have a very unique kind of play style. Like I said, most mages would like to play aggressive.
Yep.
If we take example from a different region, like let's talk about Indonesia. Look at Sans. How does he play?
We know.
Look at how Moreno plays.
Yep.
Right? But for Bit, he's completely the different. He's not the one. He's the passive aggressor.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect term to use for him because you feel like he's going aggressive, but then he goes passive and you get confused as to if he's trying to go in or go out. And that's when Art catches you off guard.
Exactly.
That's when he strikes.
I know. You know what the thing about Bit is that he's invisible.
Yeah,
People
man.
don't see him in the map.
Exactly. I mean, that's the reason why in a lot of games, he goes completely unnoticed and you see him 0 deaths. You see him
Exactly.
having 20 plus assists. I mean, if he's not able to do that, then man, how can you even call him the passive aggressive, right?
I know, right? But then again, Team IQ RNTX, right? Which, like you mentioned, has played every role. He has immense amount of experience and he carries that with his team. But then, we have known the previous lineup in which he was not the most aggressive lineup. They used to like to build up the tempo, build up the game, right? And now, since the addition of Rudius as well as, I would say, Joseph, or such as Life in this case, very different play style.
Very different, of course, man. I mean, the kind of game style that he has to adapt to right now is much different than before. The fact that they used to play much passive before, but now they have to play aggressive, it does kind of, I would say, put him in an uncomfortable position. But, man, we're talking about the best guy right there.
Yeah.
We're talking about the most experienced guy out there. How can we even count him out yet, right?
It's the nerves of steel.
Definitely, man. I mean, if he cannot do it, then who else tonight, right? I mean, everyone here tonight is just out there to prove themselves, and he is the guy who actually has to prove something because he has been here since the beginning. If he cannot build a legacy, then who else can do it, right?
He has been like forever, ever since I've been playing the game season 1.
Yeah, man.
He's there, like from the very beginning of when you put the founding stone of the game, from there till now. It's like he's immortal at this point.
I mean, if you
I don't know.
If you go and look it up on YouTube right now, if you go and type India #1 Claude, I'm pretty sure his Claude will show up, bro, because that gameplay is immortal.
Yeah.
If you cannot remember, then I mean, you have not been watching since forever, but we have been. So I mean, if you do want to check it out, then go check it out right now.
Not yet. Hey,
Oh,
they need to watch
I'm
this.
sorry,
Come on,
I'm
they need to
sorry.
watch the match. As we are already heading into the drafting stage, Team IQ, R, and TX, they will get the first pick. And like as you can already see on your screen, the first bans are already here. The CC taken off, the Yu Zhong responded by Godlike, and then the Lapu Lapu banned as well. So this means the EXP as well as the goal lane is the contention for these two teams.
Definitely, man. The goal lane and in this meta right now, side lanes are a very big priority because you're going to use two fighters. The fact that the fighters have been getting banned out first means they're taking a proper approach. But then comes the mid lane because that's where the control of the game lies. So if these guys forget to ban out the hero, that might cause problems for their comp, then they are making a huge mistake. So they have to consider the mid lane too, right?
Absolutely. Talking about mid lane, since this is an expanding river map, so basically that means even if you don't build the boots, if you just go for your first item, you can easily rotate. You can give the, whatever aid the side lane needs, and you can actually go quite quick into your damage potential, right off the bat.
Definitely.
Basically, that means that they need to deny the side laners that can, hold the lane by themselves, the solo laning heroes, especially the ones that are getting banned. And now they are looking to ban the jungles. And a utility ban towards Joseph, such as Life, meaning that, they are okay with giving him the assassins.
Yeah,
they feel confident.
I mean, if I was godlike, I would have thought that twice. I mean, Joseph is known to be someone who can do both. He's known for both. But the fact that they're prioritizing something which is known to be his weaker side, actually, the blunt side of the sword is getting prioritized right now instead of the sharp side. So, man, Joseph, if he can strike it right, then I feel like, man, that will be a very deadly strike.
Absolutely. But would you pick an assassin first in this meta?
I don't think so.
I think I've seen a lot of the time the Eve being prioritized by a lot of the teams since the Zushin got banned, meaning that the Eve could be a very good first pick. Apart from that, I think they can still go for some kind of flex, but not much on the table yet. So it's the Eve, right? It's no brainer. You get the Eve, you get the mid control.
Exactly, man. I mean, you get the Eve, you get that damage output that you're looking for because he's going to poke you down before you know it. That Void Blast will just shred you through.
Exactly.
Because the damage is just so high, and in the late game, you don't even feel it coming. But it's just so much damage for a mage that's supposed to be utility, right? It's a way lot of damage.
And this is a good denial to bid. Because this
Exactly.
is his playstyle of hero.
Exactly.
Right? But again, he can pick up the Valentina.
And I mean, like, if you're talking about Valentina, right? Now, if they do pick it up to just get that skill, I mean, bit even if you know that he might pick that Valentina, he can actually pick a lot more ultimates. So you're going to deny the opponents of trying to pick those heroes that have good ultimates, so they can
Yeah.
actually go for it right away.
You know what? I hate when teams, they like to lock themselves with a hero like the Eve because the rotation is very slow.
Oh,
But this is an expanding river map. I don't have any complaints about it.
oh my!
You see,
God.
that's where it kind of works. But now they need a mobile roamer who can set up the map or open up the vision, right? Since the hill is taken off, so that is one option less. They're going for the high loss, which is like the double slowdown combo.
Exactly, man. I mean, slow and slow. I mean, what else are you again looking? I mean,
Plus mobility.
oh my God, don't talk about it, bro. The map is already giving them a slight advantage in the weakness where
Yeah.
they have right now. And they're doubling down on their strengths as well. So, I mean, this draft is looking solid right now from IQ RNTX.
They want to play chess out here. But their
Exactly.
opponents, can they play checkers?
I mean, man, talking about checkers, right? These guys right now, they definitely are doing the same because they're also doubling down on the shield, if you can see, bro.
Oh.
They have a Hilda and they have Esmeralda. Talking about shields, right? They have so much shield right now as
You,
well.
you see this immortal matchup, like
Yeah.
they never die, do
Yeah.
they?
Yeah, they're already doubling down on their strengths. At the same time, the fact that these guys also have a lot of I mean, these guys are trying to take advantage of the expanding river. These guys already have the mobility.
True.
So I mean, Godlike seems like they're getting ahead, you know.
But you know, I would rather like a bit of burst damage, which is kind of lacking for both the teams. They have the tanky members,
Yep.
but they do not have enough burst. Now, since Godlike wants to go the jungler for the third slot, they picked up the Joy. So this is a good mobility, good dive. There is very less punish available towards this Joy, which is a very good thing.
Yep.
But apart from that, they still lack crowd control for Team Godlike.
I mean, not just Godlike, right? If you look at the side of IQ RNTX, they do have this the thing to slow them down, right? The
Yeah.
mobility is definitely going to get hampered on the other side. But if you think about their damage output as well, like you said, they're definitely missing. There is no burst damage.
Yeah.
Crowd control is missing too, actually, because except for that high loss, who's going to stun you with his S1, you do not have anything on the table for them to stop this Joy.
Absolutely. I think the Joy with the mobility, and also when she uses the ultimate, she kind of gets the debuff, right? You
Yes,
cannot actually
yes.
crowd. Even if you get the slowdown, she will get debuff,
Yep.
and she can easily go and outmaneuver the backline because for first the Hylos as well as the Uranus, not much mobility. Like
Yep.
maybe not the highest mobility, not the fastest, but it's quite slow, right? And by the time you will try to go and save your Eve, uses a flicker. It's like already good night.
They are going to catch you, man. They are going to catch you really fast because these guys, they have a lot of mobility. Even though it's an expanding river map, you're trying to take advantage of the mobility. How can you do it if the enemy is able to chase you down, right? So
Yeah.
that's the reason why right now, IU RNTX, if they do not pick any crowd control heroes right now, which is so rare if you think about the gold lane and the jungle, right? So right now, if they do not pick any crowd control, Godlike, they're going to have a very fun time, especially in the jungle area, because the jungle area will just increase their mobility if they are on the wilderness blessing.
Yeah, but I still see a very brawly draft though. Like
Yeah.
it's not very objective focused draft because yes, they have the tanky front line. Yes, they have the heroes that can give them the sandbag
Yep.
onto the front line, but the objective clearance is very low. Even if they win the team fight, the conversion rate would be very slow because look at the heroes which can push the turret.
Exactly, man. You're very right about that. Pointing out about pushing turrets, there's literally no one who can do that on both sides yet. But now the fact that the side of IQ Oranges, they still have the jungler and the gold laner probably, because I mean these days you can never predict, right? So they do have their jungler available, and there you go. You have that one guy who can turn things around with his split push.
Yeah.
That's the Hayabusa.
Now that's better. Now they can, get the objective control a little bit. Since they have banned the Lunox as well as the Angela, the Valentina was a very probable option. We already talked about it, right? If you pick the Eve, then the Valentina would be the response. And since we are talking about bid, he doesn't like to play those aggressive heroes. He likes to play a hero that can set up, that can give the utility to the team.
Yes.
And with a hero like the Valentina, you can have the buffet, you can have the options you can select from. But in this case, I think the only two options that she can go for would either be the RWM or the Glorious Pathway, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like both of them are the only ones that he can actually get some value out of, because the rest of the ultimates are, I think, a big waste actually. Unless maybe in a 1v1 situation, you just take that Hayabusa's ultimate first and then you're able to save yourself or something like that. Because other than that, I don't really think there's an option for him to take up the Radiance or even the Ugi Shadow kill.
Yeah.
And even the BMI right now is a waste, because you're not going to be carrying the Demon Hunter sword on yourself, right?
It's going to take time to build the Trinity, right? Because if you see, the Claude needs a free farming lane, and with a hero like Hilda, Joy, and with very less crowd control, it's going to be so difficult to peel for the Claude.
Exactly, bro. I mean, how are you going to get anything for this Claude here? Because everyone here is out for blood. Even this Hayabusa is trying to go and take away farm from you, right?
Yeah.
And even this Uranus needs so much farm. This lineup of IQ, RNTX are so heavily dependent right now, especially on their mid duo to pull things off. Because if you have just looked at this draft, they are very, very farm dependent. How are they going to supply so much gold to 3 members?
Yeah, and on top of that, they're going for more sustain for Godlike. So basically, the Claude can melt down, but the risk is very high if you dive into that lane.
I mean, like, you do not want to face a Thamus when you're using a Claude, especially if he carries a Vengeance, bro.
It's Esmeralda.
Oh my god, even the Esmeralda.
Yeah, either way, right?
Yep.
But still, since the draft is locked in and both the teams, they would go for this game. It's game number 1 of the second, quarterfinals of the Mythic Showdown land at here, live from the Rukmani Gao Auditorium. So Godlike versus Team IQ, RNTX. Here's the draft, and we do not see anything too out of the ordinary. Very normal spell equipped, I would say. The Claude going for the sprint. So is the Esmeralda. So
yeah,
nothing out of the ordinary, is it?
I mean, it's pretty much whatever we've seen so far with every single hero. And the fact that the Claude is actually on a sprint might help him survive a lot more, because I feel like these guys are just going to hunt him down every single time. They are not going to let Aaron get farm. We know the kind of damage that he can deal as well. But the thing is, Godlike here, they're just trying to play the macro game, I feel like. Because this Claude, even though, you do need him for the damage, I feel like Witch himself is able to do the job. So that's the reason why I feel like we can actually make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, for now, like, IQ, RNTX, they have the double hero, like, that can split push quite easily. And on top of that, Godlike, they're going for a very beefy comp. They have 1 damage deal onto the mid lane. The side ones, they will try to, sustain a lot more. But apart from that, I think in terms of the team fight, both the teams would like to brawl it out. But as long as the damage, it scales from the Hayabusa as well as from the Claude, it's like a ticking time bomb. The late game, I think IQ, RNTX, they got it better.
Definitely, man. IQ, RNTX have a much, much better late game. They're going to be sustaining every single thing that's being thrown at them. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, are you hyped up for this match between Godlike and IQ, RNTX? Because they are going to brawl it out for that first point in this last BO3 tonight.
Absolutely. It's a best of 3 series, so every game counts. You would want to get a 2-0, isn't it, Fredo? Because the quicker you end the game, the better for you. You do not have to take the pressure of going down to the lower bracket.
I mean, talk about lower brackets, right? Nobody wants to be there right now.
Exactly, right?
Exactly. And these teams right now, the fact that they're playing so late means that the pressure is on them. You do not want to go to your bed tonight thinking about the fact that you might be getting eliminated tomorrow.
Exactly. Since, the game has to get the control by the mid duo, they need to get the control. They need to get the vision around the map. And the faster they can do, the better. But again, you can see the Little Wanderer fight already started. The Hayabusa, such a slide. Quite pretty close. But now Rudius might be in trouble, but he uses up the heal, the revitalize to survive for a bit longer, which is pretty good. But that's a utility down. But just 60-second cooldown, right?
Yeah, man, that's something that you can afford in the early game. But the thing is, before the turtle, do you really think it's going to be up? No. So I feel like that's still a risk, right? But let's see if it's able. I mean, if they can able to win that team fight or not without that. But I feel like in the goal lane, they're definitely going to have problems. Aaron, he definitely needs some help because Fate is not going to let him have that gold.
Absolutely. It's like gatekeeping your farm for your laner. But again, up top, look at that. Rob-com could have been a bit trouble. Hayabusa does have the level 4, but they do not have enough damage to burst down Thamus yet. So they need to back out. They need to hold their firepower for now because it's not enough to burst the tanky member.
Exactly. They still need to hold their horses. But man, take a look at Mr. Art. that guy is not the one that you do want to, tell him calm down, right? Because he will never hold his horses back, especially when he's up against a team like, of course,
IQ, RNTX, isn't it? So in this way, you would want to see these teams, prioritize a little bit more control around the turtle since it is already in the map. They need to put the vision, they need to put the pressure, especially onto the higher booster to force the skill out. But again, there's RWM used up along with the glorious pathway. The HP bars are dropping low, but still nobody's falling yet. But look at the HP of Reyes! He falls as the first blood. But with that, I think Team Godlike should get a very good control. But look at that, Bridge gets taken down. But Aaron takes the revenge, takes down Art. But still, the turtle is there. But they have done the deed, they have done the damage. And I think this should be a turtle still in the favor of Team Godlike, isn't it?
Definitely, I mean, they do have the zone control right now, but take a look at Mirio. He's also trying his best. So, coming up with that retribution, gets a turtle, gets one kill as well. The name still stands strong with that. Ivan, the enemy jungler, goes down instead. And take a look at the aggressive going on still inside that bush. Mr. Hylos, you need to stop right now.
He needs to stop, but Rudy is almost, was in a bad spot. So he got out of the harm's way. Now, since Team Godlike lost the turtle, they have given some gold towards IQR and TX, which in the early game should be a bad thing because they have a scaling draft. You do not want Team IQR and TX to get the lower. But again, Aaron versus Art, but Aaron outmaneuvers with the blazing 2-8. And here comes Switch, but I think Art would still like to stay there forever. Like, he's just there menacingly standing and putting the pressure, right?
Yeah, man, he was always just trying to force out those battle spells and get that ultimate out of him because, of course, man, that's the kind of guy he is, right? He always wants to play aggressive just because he wants to bait out those enemy skills.
Absolutely, and as long as he can do that, as long as he can keep the pressure. But talking about pressure, but look at that Art getting a lot of skill. Aoki Shadow kill, one hit, and such a slide will take him down. Romcom onto the back line, trying to put the pressure, but he's getting engaged on by two members. Here comes the rest of the team, trying to deal out damage. Bait gets the taunt, but still it's not going to be enough to stop them. One gets chased by, but again, look at such a slide. He's going against Bait. Bait does have the way out with the flicker, gets to safety. The RW expanded too, but still, it's no one falling yet so far.
Yes, and with that, we can see that Bait has just picked up the glorious pathway. Maybe right now IQ RNTS are thinking they need to make a comeback right now because they're already behind in terms of gold. Just a little bit though, but in terms of kills as well, the scoreboard kind of not looking in favor of them. So they definitely are looking for a setup right now, I feel like.
Absolutely. I think they need to break the momentum from here, right? Yep. They're getting pressured a lot because the goal is very slight for now. I think the next turtle might just give us a decisive path to which side would get the more control. But apart from that, the flicker not being onto his bit could be one of the problem because he might get engaged on. But look at that, Rudy's again uses the glorious path. We're trying to get out of the harm's way, but still getting engaged on. One goes in with the electrifying beat, but still the turtle will be the contention. And here comes Fade onto the back line, and one more person diving. It is going to be Romcom going in for full bath, but look at the RWM drop down there, and they're going in, but Romcom will fall, which takes him down, but still Rudius gets taken down as well. Fade gets the kill now. The members of Team Godlike are low. RNTX, they're chasing them down. Art one hit away, but gets out with the team. Ivan is there for the turtle, but still nobody getting the turtle yet so far.
How can you contest the turtle without your roamer? That is the reason why you do not want even your roamer to lose too much HP. But the fact that Art was taken down so low just enables Godlike to get that turtle. There comes Yugi, shadow kill. Will Joseph get a kill this time? This time he will not get that. But we will be seeing a pause, which is of course called just to make sure that the things are still going right for all the players.
Absolutely. That was like really fast and up, team fight, I would say. The first turtle was pretty slow. It gave us a slow time for the team to actually build up, but the second one was so much pressure built up, right? You saw Team Godlike going in, diving really onto the backline, but still RNTX, they turned it around some way or the other. They got the control, and then since Art was already low HP, Team Godlike, they didn't dare to take the turtle from there.
Exactly, man. I mean, the fact that you do not have your roamer doesn't give you enough, I would say, information. You need that information. You need your roamer. You need your EXP laner to poke them down. But the fact that they're already low doesn't enable you. And that's the reason why not contesting the turtle was, I feel like it was a right choice for their side. But now, the fact that this game has been paused, you know what pause meta is, right? Pause meta might definitely kick in right now.
But, since we are in the pause, we can see the items too, right? We just saw that Aaron has already picked up the DHs.
I mean,
look at the prioritization. Not even this,
Yeah, I know.
Right?
They usually go for the corrosion scythe first,
Corrosion,
but this
right?
guy, he does not want that. He wants to peel down the enemy before they can even react. He wants to melt them down before they can build that blade armor. And that's exactly why he has went for that Demon Hunter right now. And I do not even feel like he's going to prioritize that guy. You know that Bit is the one that he's looking for.
Exactly, and every time they're trying to put the pressure, Bid has to use the flicker.
Yeah.
He just have 2 dashes, but apart from that, he cannot get out of the RWM with those 2 dashes. So he has to put the flicker out of that thing. And after which, you will see such as live going in with the Ogi Shadow Kill, putting the pressure on towards him, and the team has to respond. Because if they don't, they lose the mid laner, they lose the control, and then the side laners will start to lose. And the more the side laners lose, the more gold will Team IQ RNTX accumulate, which will eventually give them the early snowball.
Exactly, an early snowball is what these guys are looking for, right? That's exactly why they have been going so aggressive. Both these sides are still looking for that lead. That can be the deciding factor for which side might get that victory right now. Especially the fact that both these sides are depending on their farm heavily, and the fact that IQ RNTX are actually a kind of team that gets stronger in the late game just because of the amount of sustain that is available at their disposal makes them a very big threat for Godlike right now. Even though they have a slight lead, even though they have more number of kills, the side of Godlike knows that if it goes into the late game, IQ RNTX are definitely going to make them struggle.
That is there, but at the same time, I feel one thing which Godlike can do is continuously mark Witch. If Witch, he does not get the position to draw down his RWM, if he gets to a point where he's forced to use his skills at a very random spot, then Team Godlike can get a lot of advantage out of it. Especially if they can chunk down the HP of Aaron. If those 2 damage dealers are out, then Joseph, Rudius, and Mirio, they cannot deal enough damage. Like, maybe Joseph can deal the damage, but after the Shadow Kill is used, what can he do?
Exactly, man. After the Shadow Kill is used, you're definitely going to try and use your shadows. But, man, can he actually do that when your skills are unavailable? That
Not
is
really,
exactly
right?
why they have been trying to put so much pressure. So, yeah, we're still looking at the game right now. We just still pause. Hopefully the issue gets resolved soon and we can continue. But, man, the way things are looking right now, Godlike are definitely kind of struggling at the moment because IQ RNTX are not letting them get that edge still.
Absolutely. They have lost both the first turtle and the second one.
Yeah.
Which means that they are not getting the objective control. Yes, they are winning out some part of the team fights, but then there is no conversion. It's basically you're brawling, but brawling for what? You're not getting the objective. You're not getting, any kind of goal lead. So you're basically just going and dropping some bodies, but still, it's not enough.
Man, I'll tell you why they're brawling.
Why?
We're playing in India. What do you expect?
wait. That's bad, but it's kind of true. This meta is not only in India, it's also the Indo meta, I would say. The Indonesian, they also kind of goes for the same thing because the double fighter meta is kind of in PH, but since most of the regions, they're kind of adopting it, it is kind of, it gets to the point that these teams are trying to just get used to it, right? And since the double fighter meta is not applicable for Team IQ, R, and TX, in this case, they are going for a Claude with a DHS early on. Meaning that Esmeralda, the Thamus, as well as the Hilda can be at a rough spot. Why? Because they get melted down. The higher the HP they have, the quicker they melt down.
Exactly, man. That's the reason why this Demon Hunter sword could be a trouble for them. They immediately need to go in for that blade armor if they want to not get melted.
True, but
especially, I feel like they're going to go for Bid. But do you think he's actually going to buy blade armor?
Not yet.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the reason why this Demon Hunter sword has been rushed, because you know that Bit is the main member. If he gets taken down, the mid control is in the hands of their side.
Absolutely.
That is exactly why they've been targeting Bit the whole time. He is the weak point. You strike at the weak point, and that is exactly what's going on right now. And with that, we're back once again into action, ladies and gentlemen. You can already see they've been targeting Bit. Take a look at Such's life. He's going in. With that Oogie Shadow Kill. Can he take him down? The Oogie Shadow Kill does enough damage. Art was able to help his mid laner survive this time, but next time, can he do it?
Exactly, right? It's always Bid getting the pressure. And as long as I think Godlike can keep Bid safe, they will have that utility towards their side, because Bid can steal the RWM, which can give them the advantage, equal advantage into the team fight. Yes, they do not have the, the ways to actually get the melt or get the push done in a split way. If one goes for a split push, that's a different thing. But apart from that, you have to consider that this Hayabusa is already 2-0-3, basically 100% kill participation and enough gold on towards him, which can, give him the snowball from here on, because we're already talking about a 6-minute, almost 7-minute game, right? And if the Hayabusa get more gold from here, I think it's very easy snowball, because yes, you have two tanky side laners along with the roam, but will it be enough?
Exactly, man. Right now, another fight coming in. Take a look at that glorious pathway being placed, but it's not enough for that guy to survive. That ult is wasted, and Art has been taken down.
Art goes down, but it's the point that, without Art, they cannot get the vision. So now, if Team IQ and takes one, they can invade. And they can invade pretty easily. They will take away the buffs. They will put more pressure. But see, Bid has been trying to give the pressure too, like to just get the mid control. But so far, because of his range, it's kind of difficult. For which is pretty easy with the Eve. But again, look at the RWM as well as the Blazing Duet. HP bar chunk low, but still not enough to take him down. But Mario, meanwhile, he falls now. Our Godlike wants to go for the aggression. They're trying to mark down Aaron. Art won it away, but the mobility will not be enough. But still, the Turtle one takes it down, but Art will find the kill on towards Aaron. And now they're looking for more. They're trying to chunk down the HP of Rudius, but he's just too tanky. Godlike needs to respect that and back off.
Yes, exactly. But now they will take a revenge. But take a look at Art. He's hungry for more. But that is just some warning shots being given right now to chase them away. You take our jungle, we'll take yours too.
Yeah, but surprisingly, the first turret of the game is actually pushed by Godlike, and that too in the EXP lane, something we might not have saw through. But with that, the mid tier 1 too, right? The tier 1s from the top and the mid lane has already been taken down, and this kind of put a lot of pressure, because now the map is more expanded to the side of Team Godlike. They can come and invade, especially the purple buff, which the Hayabusa requires a lot. And if the Hayabusa does not get the purple buff, he's already handicapped.
Exactly, man. Those energy bars are going to be running out before you know it. But another guy, he might not be able to run and save his life this time. Mirio falls down once again into the hands of Vivan.
That's just cheating. 3 versus 1. Mirio, he cannot survive that. At least in the early game, because he just have the radiant armor, which is not going to be enough for him to survive all that damage that is going there. But at the same time, now Godlike, they have taken the charge back. You can see the lead now transferring to the side of Team Godlike. But Aaron just few hit away. But, that's an Esmeralda. You cannot expect him to take him down. But still, another purple buff stolen away. But look at Art. He has a very good positioning. But Rudius will reveal him, meaning that they will back off. But they backed off with the second tier in the top lane.
Exactly, man. That's the kind of discipline that Godlike are showing right now. They're taking objectives. Even though we just saw the brawl, this time around, they have just calmed down and tried to go more respectful and go for those engages where they can only, take it down. But now, take a look at another aggressive engage from Art. He's just trying to scout out the area, it seems.
He's trying to scout off, but at the same time, he's getting melted down by the DHS, right?
Yep.
He has to be even careful, because one wrong step, if he just walks into a wrong bush, he can instantly be punished. And at a time when the neutral objective as the Lord is on the map, you do not want to make such mistake. And IQ RNTX, they know the same thing, right? That's why they are trying to play it safe. You can see the bot lane already. The purple buff was already taken. That was not enough for Team Godlike. Now they want to take away even the orange buff, and one pushing the second tier onto the mid lane, onto the bot lane, right? And there comes the glorious pathway, but not enough to slow him down. So they have to just get out. But since they have used the glorious pathway, that's going to be a huge resource down if Team Godlike wants to contest for the Lord.
Man, take a look at Godlike, right? The Lord was up, but they were pushing the bottom side. What were they even thinking? And you know, IQ Orintix actually reacted because the Lord was up. They went towards the Lord side. They actually got a huge advantage right there. But oh my god, take a look at this.
Oh my god, they have to respond. The flickers just too quickly, but at the same time,
Lord is taking over.
They lost sight of the Lord. And now, Team Godlike, they got another objective. Getting the turrets was enough. But since they have got the Lord with the advantage, they can actually push down till the inhibitors.
Man, who is controlling the tempo of this game? I'm not really understanding. It seems like IQ or NTX are being manipulated.
It's not even like seeming so. It's actually the thing, because the gear just got shifted with that pause. Because before that, we saw IQ RNTX having the momentum. But after the right of the pause, Godlike just went from the second gear to the fifth gear. And now they're controlling every aspect of the game. Not only the turrets, not only the gold, but even the way they're putting the pressure onto West Joseph, who was doing really good in the early game.
And exactly now they're putting even more pressure, but that gold shield will be that only thing right now that's keeping IQR and TX alive. That bot lane is still alive though, and they have been able to defend all their inhibitors along with their mid lane tier 2. Just some more warning shots being given here by Godlike. Do they want to go in for this tier 2?
Not yet again, but still they're trying to push it down while Team IQ and TX are still trying to defend. One cannon minion is all there and they should be able to clear it out. Yes, they do. So they are still holding on to the second tier onto the mid lane. That is the only second tier which is still standing, by the way. And you can see the map, how much Team Godlike has just taken control of. And with this kind of lead, that is 5,100. It's gonna sting because you have a scaling lineup. Gold is something that was very essential for your draft, and since you are not having the control over it, it's gonna be very difficult. Just like that, you can see already melting down. The glorious pathway saves it up for a little while. The RWM along with the blazing duet, chunking enough bit, has to force the flicker out, but Aaron, he gets taken down. That's the goal laner falling.
Such is life going in for Ivan. Ivan trying to dash away. 1 HP. He survives that Oogie shadow kill. And with that, another coming in from Finn. Can he survive this one? Take a look at Romcom. He's dishing out a lot of damage as well. Inferno coming in. Lot of damage. Does Such is life want to go in with those Oogie shadow. And look at those shuriken blades taking down the enemy Romcom.
That's the Sky Piercer at walk, you know. But they lose their inhibitor. That's going to be bad. The top lane will be exposed, meaning the enhanced minions will completely push. Since the Lord will spawn onto the bot lane, meaning the top lane will get slowly pushed by the minion itself. They have to respawn. At this point, REQ, RNTX, they cannot leave the top lane alone.
Yes.
And even if they respawn, they have to send somebody. Even the tanky members, they can be punished.
Exactly. And you know, the fact that inhibitor is exposed right now is like a nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you are already leading, and now you do not have your inhibitor anymore. So they're already trying to put those final shots to just seal this game right now. All they need is their Lord. Right now, Godlike, all they need to do is maintain composure. But IQR and TX, do you think they're not going to let that happen?
Not yet, but I think Godlike would love to play the slow game at this point. They would want to just make team IQ and make the mistake just like in the bot lane. You can see already the HP bar is chunk low. The glorious pathway will give them the acceleration to go towards the safety, but still there's more dive coming in which will take down Art, but Art has done his work. He takes down one more, but Aaron, he will take down Bit. 2 members have already been taken off the map from the side of Godlike, and now RNTX, they can take the Lord, but their jungler is no more.
I knew this was coming because Art, why do you have to be so aggressive when you're already ahead, right?
He's doing the work he needs to do. He does not care about his life at this point.
Exactly.
As long as he can keep his team safe from a Hayabusa who can dive onto your backline, I think it's work done.
It's work done, but that's a heavy price that you have paid for, because right now, the fact that IQR and TX, they do have more members on the map, they can try to use this advantage and get something on the map right now, because the map is completely red. They have not really been able to get anything. But take a look at Romcom. He's able to try and chunk down Mr. Mirio, but Mirio is still surviving as well. He wants to give the vision, but Mirio, can you take all those hits?
I think he can, because he can easily heal up with his passive, but at the same time, it's just the tanky frontline who can heal back instantly, dealing the damage. But Fate getting the stun almost could have been a problem. But look at that. One goes onto the back line, onto his Aaron, and he takes him down. One doing the work, but Wish falls as well. This is Godlike diving onto the lineup of Team IQR and TX. They have taken 3 members down, but now they're looking for the 4th, but it's not going to be enough. But the HP bars of Team Godlike are low as well. They have lost 1, meaning they're still at a stalemate.
Exactly, they're still at a stalemate, and it is their junglers.
Where none of your turrets have been taken down, Godlike has done a very good job. They have been able to maintain control while keeping the enemy at a bay. most of the time, Bid is safe, but it's just once that he fell down. But apart from that, it's still a good fight. But look at that, the Glorious Path being used up, trying to slow them down, trying to open up the vision. But still, Team Godlike, they're hell-bent, already bursting down this Lord. And Team IQR and TX, they would not contest for that. They know that if they do contest, they might just lose the team fight.
Exactly. I mean, such is life. Just forced out that shadow way too early, right?
Yeah.
And exactly why. Oh, right now, though, something happening once again. Mr. Such is life is in trouble. The one who is going to take him down is Art. And with that, the team fight has broken out. Can they actually survive this one?
Oh, it seems very difficult. Look at the Hoki Shadow kill once again being used, but still not be enough. But to the back line, one takes down a double. And once again,
With that, they still keep going. The Lord arriving at the base. IQR and ZX, can they make this defense possible? It's looking very, very hard for them. But still, they are going in. They want to take down the base, and they have done it.
they have done it. Hello.
And with that, they have taken the first victory, and they have taken the lead. Second game will be much, much better because both these sides are already testing themselves out.
Absolutely. And with this, Team IQR and TX will incur their first loss. Godlike, they got the first point in this best of 3 series, meaning that they will be ahead and they will have the advantage into this best of 3 series, meaning also that they can eventually go for a 2-0 clean sweep.
Exactly, man. I mean, 2-0 clean sweep is what everyone is looking for. They want to go home well rested and they want to have a chill mind, right? Tomorrow is an important day for whoever loses tonight because tomorrow might be the final day for them at the LAN event. And that's exactly why, right? These guys, they want to take that clean sweep right away.
I mean, it's too quick to judge, I would say, because both the teams, they would want... I would still say it's too quick to judge because both the teams, they can still find a way out because for Godlike, yes, they have the advantage, they have the lead into the series. For our IQR and TX, they can still figure a way out because, you know, Fredo, it's a best of 3 series. They can just devise a way out. We saw what happened, what unfolded into that game. I think losing the goal lead, losing the momentum after that pause really costed the game of Team IQR and TX. More so, the way a late game comp was denied to actually get the scaling off from the mid game. But still, there is the man, there is the guy that is going to be Art, does not care about who is facing. He's like, I'm okay with, you know, going and dying, but I need to take down the jungler.
Exactly, man. That is exactly what he's programmed for since the first day. But man, tonight is one of those nights when his face was revealed to the entire world because nobody has seen him before without that mask, right? I guess it's a special occasion for all of us tonight.
Absolutely. But still, I think IQR and TX, they can find a way out. I believe in them. I'm not being biased, but I believe in them because they have been a team that have been fought from a very uncertain situation that they have been in. And since this is not the last round, since this is still a time for them to actually try and capitalize from what happened. But before that, we need to, you know, we need to break down what happened in the game as well, right? But man, oh man, we see the PH Import getting the MVP or the player of the match. And what do you think?
I mean, that first ban right away, that Lapu Lapu was exactly something that was able to, you know, turn things on for them right away. Right now, we're seeing at the screen, it's Romcom in the XP lane. Who else can we have a cheer for? Mr. Romcom from Godlike.
Absolutely, and that performance was really something because you don't see him doing the damage. You don't see him being the one, you know, dishing out really, you know, making those crazy plays. But at the same time, he's the one who is soaking the damage while also making sure the peel is there for the team because his mission is just to open up the fight, is to instigate the team fights, be the initiator of the team fights. And then what happens? One comes in along with Bid And then I think Art is 1 kilometer ahead of the rest of the team, just waiting for the out of the map, especially for such as Life or maybe even Witch, and he'll assassinate them.
Exactly, man. And you completely forgot about Aaron, bro. Aaron, he was getting marked heavily by Art. And even though, I mean, you talked about passive aggressive, right? Take a look at Bit. He thought he will not be able to perform. And man, he has just won that N9 assist to his name to show up for this game. So man, this is one of those games where it gets highlighted once again that Bit is actually one of the core members.
Absolutely. And I think, in a way that this Claude equipped the tank build or the tank emblem was also one of the causes why the damage did not scale off right off the bat, was also another factor, because if you take a look at the damage dealt, yes, the Claude does have the 70k damage, but it's more of the higher booster dealing much more damage. You can see the build of Aaron. He has almost completed his build, just one item away. That is going to be the Rose Gold. But these items are enough to dish out the damage even to the tanky members. But one thing which he lacks is going to be the anti-heal.
Exactly, man. You do not want to miss out on anti-heal in this meta where, everyone is just focused on. I mean, take a look at the Hayabusa right now. Even he has that Sea Halberd built on him. Even if he knows he cannot shred down the enemy, that anti-heal can help his other teammates just peel them down and just slow down that healing. But yeah, with that, take a look at the other side, man. This guy, godlike, Mr. Bid right here, just showing why, even though he's not playing the most comfortable hero, he still did his work. He still did his job.
You know what? He's most comfortable on that hero. I'll tell you, because that is one of those heroes which he has been using for the longest time. And he has hit like global titles with the Valentina. So because of that, it's very difficult to actually take away that former gameplay that he has. But in the EXP lane, right, I think it was not to the point that Mirio could not do anything. But what can a Uranus do against that kind of comp?
Exactly, man. I mean, you are already taking a comp that relies heavily on the gold. You're already trying and get your gold laner farmed first. So how is that EX billionaire who relies on gold going to get all that gold from? And that's exactly why he was struggling against Romcom. And that's why, damn, take a look at that Romcom, man. He was already trying his best to shred down the Uranus whenever he could. And he was already low on gold. So, man, I feel really bad for Mirio this game.
Absolutely. I think for Mirio, he's much more better on a performing hero, like the one which can instigate the team fight much better, can give the sets, can actually put the pressure, because with the Uranus, you are limited to the things that you can do. Yes, you can soak the damage. Yes, you can actually, get yourself really being the immortal being, but at some point when the damage output crosses the threshold which you can sustain, it's going to be extremely, extremely difficult, even for a Uranus, be it an Esmeralda to sustain those damage. Because the shred is real, even though they did not have a marksman, even though they did not have a burst kind of mage, but it was still a lot of damage we are talking about because of the goal difference and the lack of items which Team IQ RNTX had.
They definitely had a lot of advantages, right? Like the ones you just mentioned. But the fact that even after all that, they were not able to pull it off, it does kind of disappoint. But the thing is, they still have one more game in their hands. They still have one more game to try and prove themselves, try to make a comeback, because, I mean, everyone here is probably waiting for a game 3. You want them to fight for their lives. They do not want to go into the lower brackets coming into the second day. They do not want to get into that risk of getting eliminated before everyone else goes away to their homes, right? That's exactly why both these teams will try their best to survive. But, man, I also want to ask all the people out here, how many of you want to have a game 3? And with that, we can already see some cheers. We can already see some answers. A lot of people want to have a game 3. But man, none of these teams want that. All of them want a clean sweep. But will the enemy side, which right now, IQ RNTX, they're already behind, will they let a game 3? Or will they let Godlike take a clean sweep?
I think for Godlike, they would love to go for a clean sweep, because they would want to have a clean game, especially. But IQ RNTX, they need to break the momentum. And for breaking the momentum, they need to actually get a very good draft. Maybe just try to match the fighter meta with the fighter meta. Yes, you have a Claude, but it's very difficult for a lineup which lacks the toolkits to peel for your team to try and save a hero that is very vulnerable. The Claude, yes, he has an insane mobility. He can get out of the sticky situation with the RWM, not the RWM, the BMI, my bad. But apart from that, it requires a lot of time. Your lineup requires a lot of time to scale off, and in the early game, if you're already losing, but in this case, IQ RNTX, they were not losing. They won both the turrets.
Exactly. And that's exactly why I'm really considering as well as to how did they let that lead slip away. It was not really a question about where things went wrong. It was more a question of how did you let things go wrong. Everything was already working out in your favor because you were already doing things right. The thing is, what went wrong later on? That pause was maybe something that kind of hindered their momentum. But man, I don't really know who called that pause, but if it was godlike, it did work.
I mean, absolutely. I think the pause definitely did something. But apart from that, I think godlike, they figured out the way to break the code.
Exactly.
And for a draft which had a very beefy front line without a very good late game, I think it was very required for them to end the game early.
Yep, and right now the map is Flying Cloud. I don't really know a lot of heroes that take advantage of this, but I feel like Ling is definitely someone that always is flying on the cloud, man. But can you name some for me?
I think for the Flying Cloud is mostly advantage while you're rotating and you need to go back to your lane. I would say if you want to take a part in the team fight, suppose the EXP laner wants to rotate to the goal lane, take a fight, go back, recall, and go back to his lane to protect his tower. That is the best use of the Flying Cloud. And apart from that, I think in this case where the heroes are being banned off, this time IQ RNTX, they're still trying to deny the Eve. Last game, they first picked it. This time, they do not want Team Godlike to first pick it.
Exactly. They do not want them to get their Eve, and that is why that Eve been banned right away by RQR and TX. They know the danger of bid, right? I mean, you pick a Eve, but you leave that Valentina open. Bro is always going to pick it up and tell you, man, you made a mistake right there, bro.
Absolutely. And if we talk about a draft which already benefits from the playstyle of Bid, who is very good onto this utility, I think giving those heroes is a very bad option. And with this time, also the Esmeralda joining the banning section, it's going to be the Zushin left open. And Godlike would be more than happy to pick it up.
Exactly, man. And I mean, one guy here would be really, really happy tonight, though.
I can't see him jumping, though. Where is he?
Where is he? Where is that guy?
Okay, we'll see. We'll find him soon. I think we can make him jump on the stage as well. But apart from that, it's still the Zushin first pick. And if you still see the banning section, the Fredrin once again denied
Oh my
to
God.
such his life.
Oh my God, I don't really understand who is behind this draft, but I mean, it's probably Art.
We can see him on the screen, man.
Oh man, I'm so sorry, Art, but I feel like, I don't know why, but why have you been harassing Mr. Such's life right now? You can just give him that Fredrin and tell him, I don't
Not
care.
today.
But not today, I guess.
Not
Not
today.
today, I guess. This Fredrin is a big threat. I never realized that Joseph actually is a kind of threat on that Fredrin.
Yes, he is, because if you see the playstyle, he wants to play aggressive, and it's very difficult to punish the Fredrin because the more damage he takes, once he uses the Appraiser's Wrath, it's going to deal even much more damage towards you, and you do not want him to soak all that damage and deal the damage back. This is a good denial. At the same time, he can, I think for Godlike, they are forcing such as life to play the Assassins. Like, pick it up.
Yeah, man,
We have
exactly.
Art.
Exactly, they do not care.
You know, remember the dialogue from, this movie, right, Avengers? They say, like, we have an army. They say, we have an Hulk. For Godlike, they have Art.
Exactly, man. You do not want that guy to take those heroes where he can get aggressive, but they have allowed him to go on that Hilda once again.
Just stop picking the Hilda. He's abusing at this point, the Hilda. Because it's his play style. He wants to play aggressive, and onto the Hilda, you're building the Heptaseas, which can deal the damage.
Exactly.
On a roam.
I mean, we've seen Natalia, but man, Hilda is a Natalia that's stronger, bigger, better. I mean, what else can I say, man? Hilda is just a very, very wild woman. And right now, Art is the one handling that wild woman. He's going to get wilder, bro.
I know. You know what surprises me? Neither of the teams picking up the Grok when it is left open.
Oh.
Both the games.
Now that you mention it, man, those noise cancellation headphones are not going to help them tonight, right?
Not tonight, but I think the Grok is not being picked up is something that reflects that neither of the team would want the Grok to be even banned off, picked. Nothing. Like, they're okay with that.
Imagine. It's art. It's art. His signature pick is the grog, but he's avoiding it tonight. Is there some
Exactly.
reason behind that? I can't really understand. Shinryu.
I think it's just to punish the such as life's assassins. Like, they want him to pick the assassins just to punish him.
Shinryu has just decoded the code, ladies and gentlemen. He has just told exactly why they have been banning out the Fredrin, but not the assassins, because the plan here for Godlike is to go for that Hilda and mark such his life down. You know that this guy is the one going to enable you. It's nobody else. It's Joseph. He does the carry job.
It didn't matter if the Hayabusa had 2-0 and 3 in the early game. He still got punished in the late game while they had enough sustain. Like, I think they were in the lead, but suddenly the momentum broke because Such's life got punished a lot more frequently because he was getting denied of his own jungle. Like, the level got denied. So one, that his farm is not equivalent to what Juan had. That was already bad enough. But then on top of that, you have a Hilda who is camping in your own jungle to just, just walk from this bush, bro. I'm going to chunk you down and just take you to the grave.
But now, IQRNTX, they're going to use their wild card right now. It's Kimi. It's Kimi right now in the hands of Mr. Witch. And you know what Kimi does. In the late game, it gets much, much more stronger than you can handle. The fact that the side of Godlike, they do have the Arlord, but I've not really seen a lot of Arlords in the gold lane, right?
Not yet. I think better in the EXP, right?
Exactly. And that's exactly why I'm wondering, this Kimi pick, how are you going to take all that damage in?
But I don't trust Godlike.
Oh
They
my
might
God.
use it in the gold lane.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Aaron.
We have seen an Almond gold lane today. I will not be surprised to see a Arlord gold lane. It's the A and A working, right?
Yes, exactly. And now it's time for Aaron to shine, right? If this Arlord is actually going to the goal lane, Aaron, it's your game. If not you, then who?
Maybe, but at the same time, we are yet to know which heroes are going to which lane, and with this, the X-Borg would be the option. So you leave the assassins open, but at the same time, you cannot ban every hero. So the X-Borg is a much, I would say, a very stable pick compared to this assassin, which can get easily punished, because with this X-Borg, you have the late game punish with the fire missiles. If you have enough, stacks or enough charge, you can easily punish down the tanky members. But this time, Godlike, they are going for a Guinevere jungle coupled with a Granger.
Man, that's some hell a lot of burst damage, bro. Granger, Guinevere, you have an Arlord as well.
Look at the set potential.
I mean, every single member out there is able to, just kill someone, Everyone has a death. Everyone can just give everyone else a death sentence except for the Zushin, I guess.
Yeah.
But man, take a look at IQR and TX as well. They're hella tanky, bro.
Yeah. It's still going to be a fighter goal lane, though, for IQR and TX. So they're going for a different route.
So this is going to be a really tough question for the side of IQR and TX. They have taken a fighter goal laner up against a Granger, and the Granger is one of those heroes that is actually able to do better.
Yeah, but if you see the lineup of team IQR and TX, for Godlike, they need a little bit of farm onto the goal lane to actually, try and punish the tanky members. But in the early game, they do not have enough damage. Like, the early game looks really bad.
Yeah, that's kind of true, actually. They do lack that early game right now. But man, the early game is, of course, a part of the game. And in this game, things are going to get decided. Tomorrow, one of these sides are definitely going to be in the lower brackets where they are having the chance of getting eliminated on the second day. You do want to see that trophy right there in the hands of yourselves. So these guys right now, they're still waiting for the right timing.
Yeah, and this time we see Witch on a Purify, right? On a Kimi. Basically, he's trying to just avoid getting those spatial migration, as well as, I think, maybe getting picked off by the Zuxian with the Lantern Flare. A little bit safer gameplay, I would say, compared to most Kimi that we look at. They want to play aggressive. They want to reposition themselves to flicker forward and go for the damage. But apart from that, this time, it's like a re-engaged kind of draft from the side of Team IQR and TX, whereas Godlike, they're going for the punish. They're going for the way to actually, just try and instigate this team fight, make Team IQR and TX fumble, and put the pressure to actually try and make them commit the mistakes.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all once again to the Mythic Showdown. This is the quarterfinals. The one who loses now is of course going to be in the lower brackets. So yeah, this is the second game still. IQR and TX are looking for a comeback. Meanwhile, Godlike are looking to hunt down every single person. What is going to happen tonight, Shinryu?
It's difficult to judge, but at the same time, I think in this kind of game where the early game is kind of lacking from the side of team Godlike, is a bit difficult, but look at that Art, already low on HP, able to get out just by a sliver of HP. Still holds on to his flicker though, which is a good thing, but at the same time, it seems like Rudius is getting in trouble. One trying to punish him down, but still there is the land flare, but Art wants to go and bait the front line. Still nobody falls. A really bit skirmish bound fights in the first minute of the game.
And this is already looking so much aggressive from both sides. Both of them have already realized the one who takes that early game control is going to win this game. Both of them are looking for the slight edge. Mirio is on the Alice right now. And you know, he's one of those first Alice users after he was revamped, who has been able to dominate the lane every single time.
Absolutely. And you know, I thought Team Godlike would want to just play the early game a bit safe, but still, at the same time, they are still trying to go it for more. But look at that, they are still trying to fight it down. Art once again low, but still is gonna be bait, trying to put the pressure with the Lantern Flare, trying to chunk the HP down so Team Godlike can punish them.
Exactly, that's what they've been trying right now into the goal lane. Fate is always been trying to give an advantage right now. Van is on the lane. Aaron might be getting caught here. Ivan gets that administration migration right, and with that, the first blood secured here by Fate. Godlike in the driver's seat once again.
Absolutely, Godlike in the driver's seat, and they're doing everything and anything that they can to find the damage, and they can find to get the advantage. So at this point, they got the advantage with the turtle lead. But look at the side of Team IQ RNTX. They're not yet to give up. They're trying to just put the pressure back at the same time. Bait getting low, uses the Crimson Beacon, but look at the backline. They're still going for more. One wanted to jump, but did not get the angle he was looking for. But still, Witch is dealing the damage. Firaga armor down for such a slide, and he's trying to back off. But Rudy is low on HP as well. Lantern Flare being used up. They're trying to still get out, but Fate will get the snipe and take down Witch. That's the mid laner down.
And with that, we have this turtle right now into the hands of Godlike. It's looking very, very easy for them to take this turtle. IQR and TX being forced inside their own jungle. Take a look at the duo of Romcom and Art. They're building pressure right now. But another special migration comes up, and Aaron is the victim.
That's the second time him being punished, taken down, and this is looking from bad to worse just in the early game, because they need some time and they're giving the kills quite freely, because it's Fate having two of those kills, which is going to give him a lot of advantage. But look at the side lanes too, right? It's so skirmish bound. Mirio is trying to just, you know, go for the 1v1 against Romcom onto that R-Lord, but still, it's like never-ending fight. You cannot take down an Alice possibly, but look at Fate. He can take down the turret, and if he wants, he can take down some members too. But the Lantern Flare will bring back Rudy's, but the damage is still a bit lacking. Not yet enough to punish them down, but still, they are losing a lot of map.
Exactly. In this game, they were trying to play it for Witch, but man, Witch, you gotta hold on, you gotta use that experience in your favor. Just manage your team and tell them that it's not over yet. I'm still here, bro.
Yeah, he's still there.
They're still trying to make it through. They're still trying to be patient. This game is not over yet. It's just 3 minutes. Godlike do have the advantage, but the late game draft is definitely looking in favor of RTX. They can still turn things around if they play safe.
They can, but they need to slow down the game. They need to put a little bit of, you know, time onto their lineup for them to scale, for them to actually try and, you know, go and punish. But still, I think this was, again, another momentum breaker with the pause, because Godlike, they had a very good accelerator early game, I would say. Look at the lead, already 3K with 3 kills on the board.
And I mean, if the pattern is going to continue, I won't be surprised at all if IQR and TX are the ones taking the charge of the wheel right after this break ends. But as we stand in the break right now, you can already see Mr. Art and Ivan are actually a duo right now that are trying to create pressure. The fact that he's on a fighter right now, and with the special migration, the fact that he can escape easily after those engages fail, Van is going to play much more aggressive right now.
It's not only one, you know, you can see Fate getting those kills, right? Because if you're giving kills to Fate, and if he has the Sky Piercer, imagine the stacks that he can build up from here on.
Oh my god.
And you would want your Granger to have the stacks, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, if you're not giving your Granger those stacks, what are you even picking the Granger for? We know that Aaron could have been the one getting that, but the fact that Fate is the one having the Granger, he has the kills, he probably has a Sky Piercer on him already as well.
Maybe, but
Maybe.
you have to see the goal lane already lost by IQ RNTX. That's bad enough because you're playing against a marksman with a fighter, and your fighter requires you to win. If you're giving the free gold, not only the gold from the kills, he got the entire gold plating down from the bot lane tier 1.
Exactly. That's a lot of gold given to the goal laner. He already probably has their Sky Piercer. He already has a few stacks as well. And right now, it's not going to look good at all because the true damage is not going to help the side of IQ RNTX. Sky Piercer stacks are going to hit hard. You have a Gatot Kacha, but what are you going to do when you have a Sky Piercer against you? Because that item was built for this guy, right?
More stack means that even if you have 30% of the HP, you can get chunked down.
Exactly.
Because the true damage does not really care. It's going to hit you and it's going to hit you down to take you to the grave. But if they lose more bodies from here, I think IQ RNTX will start losing more turrets around the map. And if they start losing more turrets around the map, so it's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually try and fight the late game. Because the early game, it's going to be very, very difficult, I would say, to get back, because the early game, you see, they have already in the 4th minute of the game with 3k lead behind, or 3k lead given to Godlike with 3 kills, and if from here on more snowball stakes to happen, the late game is not looking bright for Team IQ RNTX.
Exactly, man. I mean, they're not really playing for the late game either, but the fact that if it has to be getting dragged on, of course, man, of course, it's going to be really tough, especially because Witch has to be the one carrying the weight for them. But man, the fact that he's so much behind in gold already, is it actually viable for them to take it into later phases? Because man, with this kind of farm lead, Godlike is not going to let them have that easily, because they are going to try their best as well to try and get this clean sweep.
You see who they are punishing, right? We have 3 kills on the board. It's just the goal lane and the mid getting the deaths, right? They do not care about Mirio currently, because they know Mirio, he will be much more easier to take down once that one, as well as, even not one, is just Fate getting the farm, right? And the best part is that if a Lapu Lapu does not get his items in the early game, it's very easy to burn him down.
Exactly, man. He's probably much more tankier when he gets that War X first and maybe that Queen's Wings. But the fact that he's already behind right now, he cannot get that War X. Meanwhile, your goal laner, who is a Granger, is having Sky Piercer stacks on him. I mean, like, bro, that's a double-edged sword already.
Exactly. And it's not only that, the way the side of Team Godlike can enable, you can see the Zuxian, right? And you would want to run, but can you run from a Zuxian? That's the question, right? You will try to get out under the turret, you will be brought back, and the Granger can just freely hit you.
Exactly, man. It's a very nice setup that they've created. I mean, the side of IQ RNTX are playing for Witch, the side of Godlike is playing for Fate.
But wait, how do they break down the code for IQ RNTX?
Yeah, man, I'm still not really able to understand, bro. What are they actually going to do right now? The fact that such is life.
Maybe punish Fate?
Yeah. Actually, but how can you do that right now? Gatot Kacha, okay, they do have a lot of dive, but it has to be very well done. It has to be a very well coordinated plan, because the 3 dives have to come in such a manner that you catch these guys off guard. The Granger is 2 dashes if you include the flicker, right?
Yep. I think for the Granger, they need to force him to a misplay. Basically, just bait him to actually commit a lot, because we know Fate, he has a habit of really going aggressive once he's winning. So maybe, try to bait it down, make him make this mistake, and then try to punish him down, because you have an Alice to dive, you have a Gatot Kacha who can dive, and then on top of that, you have a Lapu Lapu who can dive as well. So many dives, one of them should reach Fate, right?
Exactly. And the thing is, if you're taking the jumps and the dives in order, I feel like Alice can actually survive because she has the flowing blood, so she should dive first. And then the Gatot jumps in with the AOG, because you know that he's going to die anyways, right? And at the end, Aaron jumps in with the bravest fighter, because that's the damage you need to deal on Fate to take him down. But now, the fact that the pause is going on, are they actually thinking this thing through?
Most likely, I think they need to find one or the other way out, because you cannot possibly lose this game and just, go down to the lower bracket. That should not be your game plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
You need to have a better, I think, a better way out of the situation. if you think about it, it's not the end of the world. It's not like they confirm that they will lose. If they can buy enough time, if they can slow down the game to the point that they can kind of equalize the gold, maybe, or some way or the other, they can find some farm onto the right member, especially for Witch, since he can be the damage dealer in the late game, because that can work as a marksman.
Oh, I see, man. I mean, that's really well pointed out right there. Another fact that I would like to mention right now is the fact that Joseph, the guy who can actually turn things around for them, is actually on an X-Borg. So I really need to understand what did they actually think while picking up this X-Borg, because there's literally, except for those frontliners who actually have a lot of mobility, because the only one that you might be able to catch off guard is probably no one.
Maybe Romcom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Even then, you're saying a maybe, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure why they went for this X-Borg right here. It's not really looking feasible for them, but they went for it anyways.
I think they were anticipating some kind of more tanky member. Not the Guinevere though.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
something else. But this Guinevere, it is again very dependable on the jump that he can find. And if he cannot get the way that, those engages properly to get the setup, there's still hope for them, because they can try and chase down the members even after a failed initiation, I would say.
Yep, definitely. Even if Fate needs the initiation right now, they're providing it, and he's taking full advantage of that. The pause is still going on right now, and of course, everyone is getting impatient with these players right now. The fact that this pause is actually caused because of a technical issue on the production's end, I feel like they can use it to their advantage, because there are no time limits for this. So yeah, right now, if the side of IQ or NTX can actually regroup, make their plan, and go in for that engage, things can still turn around for the side of IQ or NTX.
Hopefully. There's a lot of maybes and hopefullys, because it's not certain in a way that, it will work. It's like a lot of things needs to fall in the right place for them to work. But as of now, it's like a puzzle piece. You have to find the right pieces, and luck plays a very big factor in this one. They need luck on their side.
Exactly, man. And they do need some luck on the side of Godlike as well, as we have resumed into the game. Finally, take a look at Art. He's going in aggressive once again, providing that vision. Such is life. He's, of course, trying his best to take the buff, but he's already getting scouted out. So that's a lot of information. 4 members revealed. Can you even imagine that?
Not really. I mean, it's going to be always like that. More members jumping. But look at Art. He doesn't care. He's still trailing Aaron on a Lapu Lapu. Could you believe that?
And I mean, it's almost 5 minutes, and the Kimi just first item priority was the Sky Piercer, man. Can you even imagine that?
I mean, he just fallen once, so it's still fine, I would say. So far, if they can just get enough ways to try and punish them down, it's going to be equally fine. But as of now, we need to see what will be the game plan, because the second turtle is up in the game, and with Godlike already having a 3.2k goal lead, and with three kills on the board as well, so the kill pressure as well as the goal pressure will always be onto their side. I think this turtle or this objective is still in the control of Godlike, because you can see already Aaron is zoned out. Okay, and even for Alice, that is Mirio, he's not rotating yet.
Exactly, dude. It's looking really, really tough right now. Mirio is not able to rotate. His lane is constantly getting pressured. At the same time, you know that Aaron he does need backup. So who are you actually going to help? Right now, Mirio needs to do, he needs to do a double shift actually. So it's looking really, really tough right now for IQR NTX. The pause is, of course, called once again. I do feel like the issues which are happening is probably another life chance.
Absolutely. I think it's just to make sure the players are having the best condition, right? Because we do not want any kind of advantage or any kind of unfair means that they would not be satisfied with after playing the game, right? We want them to get the best environment at this point, because you see this game is so intensified to the point that this makes or breaks the series.
Exactly. I mean, we already heard the side of IQ Soul, right? They already said the opponents that they want to face. Godlike just wants to make sure that it's a reality, because, man, Radium right here traveling all the way from Mumbai, he definitely wants his dreams to come true, which is face Godlike right now, to try and knock them out, because, man, this guy, he does have that thing against them.
It seems like a confirmed battle, but hey, will Team IQ RNTX let that happen?
Exactly.
Right?
IQ RNTX right now, they do not want that to happen at all. You do not want to go into that lower bracket where you have,
It's the pit of hell. It's the depth. It's the dead battle at that point.
Exactly, man. And you do not want to be put in that spot because that's where things go wrong. The nervousness, the pressure gets onto you. Winning this LAN event or even qualifying for the final means you're booking yourself a slot in that international tournament, which might happen anytime soon, right?
Ooh, that's quite a big prize, right? And there was a reveal by Mr. Fredo, but still we'll go back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's still game number 2 from the second match, IQ RNTX against Godlike. And you can see already the second turtle is up and both the teams would want to get the control. By far, 6 minutes in, the lead still remains 3K. And the control into the side of Team Godlike. They're most likely going to take another free turtle in this game. And they will just try and put the pressure because after 5 minutes or after 6 minutes into the game, the goal plating is already off. Now they can try and push the turrets.
Exactly, and they're going in really, really aggressively, taking every single control of the map that they can. But so far, the fact that IQ RNTX have just given away just one tower for all that goal lead, I still feel like they've tried their best to try and keep the control over their own jungle area.
Yeah, but still, they're trying to get a hit on towards the backline. But look at Art, he's still going in. The AOG, but Art will finally get punished. And that's a 10th stack on towards Witch.
Yeah, and that is just the beginning, I guess. That is just the beginning. Witch here is playing the calm and composed game of trying to get those stacks on the Sky Piercer. Ivan right now trying to do something that he might not be able to afford to, but he still gets away with that kill. A solo kill on Aaron, and Aaron is down by 0-3-1.
I think at this point he can punish Aaron because it's like he's fighting a losing battle because his lane already taken off. He's stripped out of gold, and on a Lapu Lapu like which we have already talked about, it's very difficult for them to actually try and hold the wave pressure as well. But again, you can see the pressure is not only onto the goal lane, it's still in the jungle of Team IQ RNTX. Romcom does not really care if it's Rudius, if it's anyone else. He still wants to go in, even if it's under the turret. But at this point, I think the side of Team IQ RNTX, they can slowly try to punish. But look at the AOG onto the backline, trying to create a separation. But Art will get out towards the safety. So they're just trying to bait out of skill at this point, I would say.
Exactly, all they're trying right now is bait their enemies, but are the enemies going to fall into the trap? That is the main question. Godlike here, looking very, very strong, calm and composed. They are also trying their best to maintain discipline and take away structures on the map. This mid lane has been their focus for a long time, but it could be this last turtle fight that could be a turning point right now.
Whoa, Art, look at the way he positioned himself. And Team IQ RNTX, they know that there's somebody lurking in the shadows. It's not a Hayabusa. It's Art.
It's Art.
on a Hilda, right? And now since the third turtle is up with 4K goal lead already. But the final slash connect. Rudy is low on HP, but the stack from the Sky Piercer will take him down. But Bait this time punished by the side of Team IQ RNTX. And now they're finally pulling the big guns, but they will lose the third turtle of the game.
Oh my god, that's the member that does not fall, but IQ RNTX able to reach the backline and pull off that kill onto Bit. The controller is now down, but now are they going to take back the control? Things are looking really, really bleak here, but the side of Godlike still standing strong. They're still exerting pressure over the jungle area, and Mirio is actually getting punished here inside the own base. Oh my god, what's happening?
They're still trying to go for more, but look at that. Rudius as well as Aaron going against Fate. They want him on the blood, and Aaron will be able to take him down. Now Art needs to run out, but Such is life. Wants to target Romcom. There is the last insanity. The Flicker trying to juke away. He will find an escape, but not from the fire missiles. It will take him down. The paused momentum shift is real.
And the fact that it was exactly Aaron who took him down, seems like RNTX actually heard our plans.
Exactly, right? They knew what to do and they're executing it perfectly fine. Aaron did punish, but the bid was in the tight spot, but able to get out with the Crimson Beacon. One more hit, but the blade does not connect and he has overstepped his bound. Will get taken down. There is the Wild Requiem and Fate will get some stack onto the Sky Piercer.
Oh my god, that overextension, a heavy price. I literally thought Aaron was about to make a comeback, but that engage was kind of too much more than he could chew. But now mid lane being targeted here, and Mirio!
What? He got melted down so quickly, and that's an Alice we're talking about.
Exactly, man. If an Alice is getting melted down that quickly, what will happen to a Lapu?
Wow, they're flying around still.
Oh.
And they're trying to reach to the lanes just to protect it, right? They have already lost all their tier 1s, tier 2 onto the bot lane, meaning the map is already painted blue by the side of Team Godlike. And in the last game, we saw 0 turrets were taken down. This time too, in the 8th, almost 10 minutes of the game, there's still 0 turrets taken down, right? And now the Queen's Wings picked up by Lapu Lapu, that is Aaron, will give him some more tankiness, but they still do not dare to go for the Lord fight, which Team Godlike would be more than happy to take it down. Bid, look at how aggressive he is. I told you he's passive aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, you never really see him doing that with the Zushin, but now the fact that he's getting confident enough is kind of, I feel like, trying to get into the heads of RNTX. You took me down, now you come once again. Let me show you who I am.
I think he can do that with 4.5k goal lead.
He definitely can do that. But RNTX right now, the fact that they've been still able to hold on to their inhibitors, but now is probably the time where the inhibitors could be cracked open. Do you think IQ RNTX can actually survive this last push?
Yes, I would say yes, because they still have the holy defenses intact, right? The holy shield should do the work, because the bot lane, the Lord will be marching down from where, should clear almost 90% of the HP of the Lord, right? So it should be still a defendable push as long as they can hold intact with those holy defense, which they will lose onto the top lane. Now it can be a bit problematic, but it can see how well the side of Team Godlike, they're enabling that fight. They're already forcing out the last insanity. The AOG will be dropped down onto his art. The taunt connects, but they do not have enough damage to take him down. The Lord finally marching down, but I think it's still defendable, right?
Exactly, they can defend it, and with that, they defended the bot lane, which was actually the one which was exposed, so that means they might be able to defend this one. But take a look at Godlike, they're still going in for those inhibitors.
Yeah, they're going. There is the final slash already used, the last insanity, no more escaping. And Fate says thank you for that kill as he takes down Judge's life. They're still looking for more blood. They're trying to dive in. No more AOG. The bravest fighter used up by Aaron. And now the inhibitors in the mercy of Team Godlike. They'll be more than happy to just, fire them down, to put them down. They have the minion advantage as they are still locked on. But Mario goes in, gets the massive set with his finalists, and now it's the retaliation from the side of Team IQ RNTX as they're looking for more. Look at one as well as Hard as well as one, all running away towards the safety as two of their main members are down.
And man, this is looking so much more closer than we thought it would be. Even with the goal lead that Godlike has, IQ RNTX are able to make a clapback whenever they see the opportunity. And with that, this game is still looking very, very contentable for the side of IQ RNTX.
Yes, I think Mirio was the one, right, to set that fight with the Throne of the Ruins.
Man.
Like, too good, like 3 to 4 members.
Yeah.
Already, like, that's a big one. But if we can find more of such engages, because now with the mid and the bot lane exposed, no inhibitor, meaning that the enhanced minions is going to be a problem. So the good thing though, the Lord will spawn onto the bot side.
Yeah. And the fact that, another engage coming in. Wrong position. Immortal dipping there though. But this could be a dangerous push.
Oh no, he's looking just too much out there, and no way he can get out of there. He did not have the flicker, so that's the roamer punished. And finally, Art needs to just, sit down. He needs to just stop. That is the statement by Team IQ RNTX. And as you can see in the late game, the Xbox can punish a lot more. Yes, the firepower is more from the side of Team Godlike, but still the way they're isolating and taking down or making Team Godlike play really aggressive is actually working in their favor for Team IQ RNTX.
Exactly. It's looking really, really good for their side right now. The fact that they've even come to contest the Lord in the Lord Pit area shows that they have confidence in the fact that they can actually pull off a good team fight.
Absolutely. And if they can, I think for IQ RNTX, the biggest part for winning this game would be taking those team fights.
Exactly. And the fact that Mirio is already the one stepping ahead means that these team fights are going to be much, much more better. But take a look at Bid. He is the one controlling the tempo of the game, zoning the members away. And imagine zoning away the members like Lapu Lapu, Gatot and everyone else with Azushin.
1v5 we are talking about.
Oh my god,
by
bro.
Azushin, right? That's so much confidence coming out of Bid. Like, he doesn't care. He knows that his team will respond and they will again get the Lord advantage. Now, since there is 2 of the inhibitors down, are we looking for another defense here?
Probably. Can they do it though? I feel like it's possible. The fact that you have a good amount of lane clear, you have the Gatot, you have the X-Borg, you even have an Alice and a Lapu. I mean, talk about the entire lineup right now, right? They can actually make it happen, I feel like. But man, Godlike as well, they're not going to let it have easy. They're all focused on which. Will he fall or will he survive? It totally depends on that right now.
Yeah, it's like a make or game for the side of Team IQ. RNTX, the Lord already in the base of theirs. And there will be Team Godlike lurking around all the vicinity near the base as they're trying to lock them down. There is the Violet Requiem on towards Rudius, but they're still doing it. Mirio will get a good set, but they're locking down the members. But there is the Zushin bid, still trying to peel them down. But look at Such is Life. One will lose his immortality, will be able to get out with the spatial migration as he finds the safety. Romcom was the only casualty of the team fight, but now with the last remaining inhibitor falling, Team IQ RNTX are only at the mercy of the Nexus.
Exactly now. It has been a very, very good fight, a very, very good defense as well. Oh, Such is Life going in aggressively. But this might be more than he can ask. Look at Art. He's already revealing all the members.
Oi, he's going on to a switch. He's almost 1 hit away. He will take him down. Art finds the kill now. Mega kill by Fate. He's trying to do something, but Aaron, the one-man army, will take down 2 of the members as Mirio takes down 1. It's just Art versus the one and only Such is Life, but he has run out of luck as the number advantage will favor Team IQ RNTX as he too fall. The only person standing would be Romcom.
And now, Godlike is probably just thanking the heavens that they have died at the right time. Actually, the Lord is still not up. They can actually afford this.
They can afford it, but will they be able to afford to lose another team fight? The scoreboard, the goal lead is now slowly favoring the side of Team IQ RNTX.
And the fact that the game has progressed this way, I feel like everything has worked out according to Witch plan, because Witch is still alive. He's on 4-2-2. He probably has a lot of stacks on him. And the fact that the front line is just so much more tankier is going to allow him to do what he wants to do even better.
Absolutely, and now we'll see the final item being locked in by Fate. The BOD, the Blazed of Despair, is finally in house, and even Fate, with that damage which he already was dealing out, now he can deal even more. With Bid picking up the Blood Wings, he will have much more mobility as well as sustain, I would say. But the only thing is that how will they counter Mirio, who they really let go in the early game? Now it's being a problem.
I told you, Mirio on Alice is something of a threat, because I feel like even though he does not have any signature heroes, or I don't know if he does or not, but Mirio, I feel like his Alice is one of the signature picks. But another fight breaking out. Rudy has got taken down, and that is a very, very bad news. Such is Life caught in the wrong spot as well. Will Ivan survive? Will Such is Life fall here? The base is exposed. The minions are marching.
They're marching, but Such is Life will lose that Firaga armor. Now they're locking him down, but look at Mirio. He's going in with the Throne of the Ruins, but the immortality will be lost as the base is still there. Art will chase down Witch as Fate takes down Such is Life. Now it's just Mirio against 4 members of Team Godlike. He too falls. It's just Aaron, the only one surviving, who wants to protect his base. But can he, as 5 members are still there in the base? The final slash will be missed out, but look at the Brave Spider trying to clear out the base, but the base is locked in by Art. Rudius is back in the map. He won it away. Few more hits, and it will be Godlike securing a 2-0 against Team IQ RNTX.
The fate has been sealed, the prophecy has been made. Radium said it out loud. They want to face Godlike, and they are facing Godlike tomorrow.
Man, oh man, that is the game for Team Godlike, and they will claim it despite losing a lot of the team fight. They're still able to triumph and win, as they will take their slot, like you mentioned, in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Art right now, towing and showing it out loud. I have just done a clean sweep because I got cleansed swept before.
Yup, it's that revenge served cold and better. So this time they will be going into the upper bracket for Team IQ RNTX. They have to move down into the lower bracket, and they will be facing Team Hig Bosson.
Exactly. Hig Bosson will definitely be ready for the challenge. They've already seen what their enemies' weaknesses are. They've already been exposed, but the fact that they've been exposed as well will help IQ RNTX try and get an advantage.
Absolutely, and there on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have the player of the match. Did you guess that?
I mean, I did not really see it coming after, the side of IQ RNTX was actually able to make a comeback, kind of.
Yeah.
But now that I see it, it's not surprising at all.
Those stacks really mattered.
Yeah.
I will tell you, the early game victory onto the goal line really gave that lead, which Godlike normally would not have gotten under a condition where the game was at a stalemate. So basically, they did a very good job in breaking down the lane pressure, especially onto the goal line where they had a marksman who does not win in the early game.
Exactly. If the marksman does not win in the early game, it does not really work out. But now, the fact that it has been done is already going to be answered.
Absolutely, and we'll see more as we give the mic towards our host as they will take the stage right now.
A clean 2-0. Sarah, did you expect it?
Nobody did. Nobody expected a 2-0 because, hey, after all, it is IQ RNTX that we are talking about. And honestly, Godlike Esports, after the losing streak they had into the round robin stage, I think this was a far better performance and a far better momentum.
Definitely, it was. Definitely.
And you know what? Winning and losing is part of the game, and IQR and TX, they still have a chance left into the lower bracket. So we'd like to call in at least one member from each team for the interview, please.
One member from each team for the interview, please.
I mean, they are just too indulged into the game right now.
Yeah,
so
happy.
Hello. One from RNTX2, please.
RNTX, can we have one volunteer, please?
So, well, first of all, Art, how did that win feel?
It felt pretty good.
It felt pretty good after losing so many games in round robin, yes?
Which? How was it? Did you expected it?
No. Not really.
I mean,
What did
none
you-
of us did, right?
Nah, we didn't expected that.
That's what. I mean, lower bracket, we'll go with that first. So a very special friend of yours, I believe, Madara, he said that he plans on 2-0ing RNTX. What are your plans to counter that?
2-0, isn't it best of 5? They'll get 3-0, bro.
Oh! Let's have a huge cheer for Witch there for that plus aura remark.
Sarah, wait a second. I'm forgetting something. Something is missing. I can't see the jersey, bro. Where's the jersey?
Oh!
Where's
We
the
actually
jersey, bro?
can't.
I miss the jersey so much. I miss it.
Okay. Let's not put them at the spot and let's actually ask them the proper question. Round robin stage, first appearance of Godlike Esports MOBA 5v5 roster, and with the jersey picks that they had into the draft, they went on a losing streak. And now with this beautiful white jersey that they have here, they actually pulled off a 2-0. So Art, do you think that jersey was bad luck for you?
Nah.
Or was it a strategy?
Thora aur bolo? Thora aur bolo?
Was it a good luck or was it a bad luck or was this a strategy?
Say something.
God's plan.
God's plan.
Oh!
Okay.
So Godlike right here is relying onto God's plan for winning Mythic Showdown Season 2. Very beautiful strategy. So, you know what? Your best friend, your arch nemesis, whatever you want to call, Radium said they want to fight you into the next stage. What are your beautiful words to him?
I don't think there's any Mumbai server here.
Oh!
But the question is, does Art want them in the finals or do you want someone else in the finals?
I would rather have EVT because we have been in finals
Oh
for
my-
too long. I'll see you tomorrow, bro, in upper bracket finals.
They said they'll see you tomorrow, SATL. You better be prepared, but that will be it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you
for
so
coming up on
much.
stage.
And congratulations, Godlike, again.
And good luck to RNTX.
So this was it, ladies and gentlemen. The day one ends. Tomorrow the stake gets higher, the pressure gets heavier, and the matches gets more intense. Cause tomorrow one team is gonna go back home, and Mythic Showdown will be crazier. Good night, everyone. Good night, Guwahati. See you guys tomorrow. This is me, Saz.
And this was me, Sarah.
And we are signing off. Good
for
night.
tonight. Good night.